from the high deserts and the great American Southwest. I bid you good morning, and welcome to one of the strangest, unusual talk shows in the world. From the Tahitian and Hawaiian island chains, eastward over this great land, and covering every bit of it, to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, down to South America, north to the pole, worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Good morning. It is good to be here. And we are going to do an update to a story we did, I don't know, we'll ask, I think it was about a year ago, maybe more, all about a young man near Kansas City, Missouri, little town near Kansas City, I think, who built a, I don't know what it was exactly. We'll have him tell you. A time machine? Maybe. A dimensional portal machine? Maybe. A human French fry machine? Very possibly. It's an interesting story. His name is Mike Marcum. Actually, I've affectionately, mind you, nicknamed him Madman Marcum. And he is back to give us a report on what has been going on. It's good just to hear his voice, actually. Just let me get a couple of things straight. This fax just came in, dear Art, on the news tonight at 11 p.m. on KEPT TV Channel 12. There was a report of a fireball over eastern Oregon, Portland included. That is from Janet, and I wonder if anybody up there saw a fireball. Now, this will answer a question. Dear Art, I'm confused. Friday, you and Richard Hoagland agreed he'd be on Thursday night, Friday morning. Then last night you said Hoagland would be on Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Which is correct? Please announce it again this evening. Thanks. Answer is, he'll be on tomorrow night. All right, Richard Hoagland tomorrow night. Because, of course, on Friday morning, I'm going to be leaving at 3 in the morning, Pacific time, a little early so I can get to the airport. But I'm going to stay on the air right up until the very last moment. So, we're going to have Richard here tomorrow night. Pass the word, Richard Hoagland tomorrow night. That's serious stuff. And he's got some serious stuff for you, and we obviously didn't get into it properly because of the Centennial Park bombing. We've got the latest for you on that and all the rest of things, but we're going to go and update a story first. This is Mike Marcum, otherwise known as Madman Marcum. That's affectionate, as you know, Mike. What is the newspaper there? Your newspaper?
The St. Joe News Press.
Okay, well,
Kansas City Star.
A Kansas City Star. I got an article, I think it was the Kansas City Star, as a matter of fact, about you. And we're just going to try and update the audience a little bit. The article simply said that you had tried to build some kind of machine and had taken, borrowed, appropriated, actually stolen some power company transformers to get the voltage to accomplish your task. And that apparently was your undoing. And we'll get to what the machine was, but the way I got it, you got arrested for stealing the transformers, and you went to jail, did your time. As a matter of fact, the last time we had you on the program, your parole officer called. And
that was my arresting officer.
He was your arresting officer, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, arresting officer. It's been how long has it been? A year?
About 16 months.
Wow. Yikes.
I think it was last April.
All right. Anyway, he called and begged you, in more ways than one, to stop this madness, to return to being a normal person, well, I guess you had a job, or maybe you didn't have a job then. I'm losing track of it all. At any rate, he didn't want you to continue. Now, tell the people what it is that you made. You got what were you trying to make? What had you done? You built a little scale model of what's called a Jacob's ladder, right?
Yeah.
And a Jacob's ladder is a very high voltage, low current thing that drives up the...
Yeah, it's just a climbing arc.
Climbing arc, yeah. And at some point when you had built this scale model, you had taken, what was it, a screw?
Yeah.
Metal screw?
Yeah, it's a 4 feet metal screw.
And you threw it through the arc or through the field, and that sucker disappeared, gone.
Yeah.
Right? And then, what, reappeared?
Yeah, about 2 feet away.
About 2 feet away, but it just flat disappeared. I mean, it was gone somewhere.
Yeah.
Through this little machine you had... How big was the little one that you built?
Well, it was a 20,000 volt spark at about 100 milliamps. So, let's see, the transformer itself was stuck in a 5-gallon bucket of oil. So.
Oh, I see.
And then the laser, wasn't, that was a little bit bigger when I started. But it wasn't really big. So.
Okay, well, anyway, the little one, how big was it physically? How tall was it?
Well, basically, for the electrodes, I just used straightened clothes hangers.
Uh-huh, so it was about as tall as a straightened clothes hanger.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good size, actually. Okay, so obviously at this point you figured, anomaly. It's impossible this screw would disappear. It might get scorched, but it wouldn't disappear. So your next idea was to build a Magungus model of the same thing, right?
Yeah, like a giant version.
This one's so big that you had to put it on the back porch?
Yeah. Because, basically I had to hook it straight to the fuse box, the line coming in.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment. But, I mean, how big were the electrodes on this one?
I used these 3/8 inch thick metal rods. They were about 6 feet long.
6 feet long?
Yeah.
Now, that's getting pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay. So, then you decided, and obviously for something this big you need a lot more power.
Yeah.
So, your next move was to try and figure out where you needed high voltage, right?
Yep.
And the way I recall it, you needed transformers to step up the regular voltage that comes to your house.
Yeah.
Did you go straight to the mains of your house?
Well, I used 2 400 amp breakers in the middle of that because it was pumping 200 amp breakers. Were pretty easy. So.
Wow.
It pumped to 400, so I had to go get another one.
It pumped a 400 amp breaker?
Yeah.
Oh, my. All right. How much voltage? Well, okay. First of all, where'd you go to get the transformers?
At the time I was living in Stanbury, and Stanbury's a small town, and King City's about roughly the same size, and it's about 12 miles away down the road. Yeah. Down, Route 169. I got it from the substation to that town.
So the transformers seemed to be gathering useless dust.
Yeah, they were just sitting outside the fence.
Uh-huh. Just sitting there.
Yep.
Just sort of saying, Michael, here I am. Here we are. Actually, how many were there?
There were, 6.
6. And, after they begged you to liberate them, and you liberated them, how many were there left?
Well, I got all that was outside the fence. All 6 of them.
You got 6 of them?
Yeah.
That might have been slightly gluttonous. Did you need 6?
Well, what I was planning on doing, each one of these, I was going to try to get as much voltage as I possibly could, and each one of these put out about, 12,470 volts. So I was going to, hook them together like batteries and get higher voltage.
In other words, you were going to hook the secondary of one to the primary of the next?
No, I wasn't going to stair-step them like that, because they'd probably explode then, but...
Yes, a good point.
Yeah.
They sure might.
No, what I did was, paralleled the primary coil and series the secondaries.
Ah, okay. So you liberated the transformers. Now, those things must be awful. How heavy are they?
25 kilowatts or about 350 pounds.
So I take it you took a truck, right?
Yeah.
How the hell did you lift them up?
I had a couple guys, I paid them to help me.
You paid them to help you?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were, unwitting dupes. Paid, but unwitting. In other words, they were not considered, or were they?
Well, they didn't, basically, I didn't tell them they were stealing these things.
So that when the police, got to you, they didn't get in trouble?
Well, actually, they did.
They did?
Yeah, but I don't know, I haven't talked to them since then, because I'm sure they're probably still mad at me, but...
Did you pay them?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
But, I'm sure they're still mad at me. I think they got a lot less than I did. I think they just got a couple years probation.
Well, a couple of years probation. What did they, let's see, how can I put this? What did you tell them that you were doing? I mean, did you tell them this is going to be
I just told them I was
five-finger discount, or did you say we're
Well, actually what I told them was, I went ahead and bought these things from St. Joe Light Tower.
Oh, well then, see, they should have gotten off.
Well.
Seems like, huh?
Yeah, it seems that way, but.
All right, so anyway.
I think the way the cops are looking at it, saying, well, you guys are idiots for believing this guy, so. Cause,
ignorance is no excuse for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause, basically, there's like liability factors, cause I've already tried buying those off St. Joe Light Power, and they're still pretty mad at me too, so.
They are?
Yeah, I'm surprised they even give me electricity, but.
I would think after all this time, they would be forgiving. But no. No. Anyway, so you got the transformers, you hooked them up to this gigantic Jacob's ladder, 6 feet tall, and you did what? You just go throw a switch, or hit a brake?
I hooked everything up. I just turned the breakers on.
You turned the breakers on. What happened at that moment?
Well, got like a pretty good sized spark. Let's see, unwittingly, I dimmed the southern half of Stanbury.
Well, that was very unfortunate. The entire southern half of the town dimmed down.
Yeah.
Brownout. How far down do you think that you took the voltage? Did they ever tell you?
I'm just taking a guess, based on like the size of, basically on the size of the power grid I drained, probably down to, anywhere from 80 to 90 volts. Instead of 110.
That's very bad.
Yeah.
Very bad. So this naturally got the attention of the authorities, with a big portion of the town going down. And they, I guess, began to investigate. How'd they get on to you, by the way? How'd they catch you?
Basically, a friend of mine was, like shooting birds with a BB gun, and he shot up in one of my next door neighbors' sliding glass door windows, and he was standing on my front porch when he did that. So, that got him snooping. So
in other words, the cops came for that incident, and they saw into your backyard and saw this thing on your porch? Well, he shot from the front porch. He didn't go in, but basically what happened was, the guy that, was shooting with after that happened, a few hours later, I'm assuming the next door neighbor called the cops because she discovered holes in her window, and then, he said, Did she blame it on your apparatus? No, basically there were other witnesses saying this guy shot a BB gun off my front porch, so the cop came and asked for the BB gun. And I went and got it for him. And anyhow, basically the guy that shot the BB gun, he got in trouble for it. So, basically, he blames me for getting in, I'm assuming he blamed me for getting in trouble, so what he did, he goes and tells the cops that, hey, he's got all these transformers and they're stolen. So. Oh, it was a get-even deal, huh? Yeah. So the cops... I didn't know that at the time, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Now, so what did the cops do? Just come and knock on the door? Okay. This was all happening, okay. Or did they stand outside with a bullhorn saying, you're surrounded, Marcum? Okay. Basically, the incident with the BB gun happened about, if I remember right, about 2 o'clock. This was on a Sunday. That happened around 2, then the cop comes and asks for the BB gun about 6, then at 11 o'clock that night, they come in, they just walk right in with a search warrant. So. Walk right in, huh? Yeah, the door was open, they just opened and came right in. Yep. Oh man, surprise. Yeah, basically, it was pretty cold, so I was like sleeping right in front of the stove, and I wake up and I'm surrounded by 8 cops. Eight cops. A rude awakening. So, that was your undoing. Then you went to court, and you did serve your time, right? Yeah. Which was how long? 60 days. 2 months. No fun in the pokey. Was it miserable? Actually it wasn't too bad, cause,
basically what happened was, originally I was going to keep this whole thing like a secret just from me and a couple of friends.
Of course.
And, after I was arrested, I was pretty sure I was going to go to prison. So what I said was, I was going to go ahead and because at the time I thought they had some sort of, like, time machine apparatus or whatever, and I went and said, well, maybe if I go ahead and tell these guys I'm making a time machine, they'll think I'm crazy and stick me in the loony bin instead. So I went ahead and told them that, and basically the sheriff gets his word of it. He tells the Albany newspapers, and the Albany newspaper puts it on AP wires, and before you know it, everybody knows.
Yeah. That's probably when we got in touch with you about then. Huh?
Yeah.
And we don't know that it was not a time machine. I mean, you don't know where that screw went, do you?
No. That's the first theory that popped in my head, and that's the only thing I can really think of.
Mm-hmm. Now, the larger model, how many times did you get a chance to experiment with the big mama before they got you?
Actually, I didn't even get to try it once, because with my original one, my laser basically caught fire.
Oh, that's right. Now tell everybody, where does the laser come into this?
Originally I was making a real fancy Jacob's ladder, like most people have their strobe lights and lava lamps. Well, I have other, like decibels, Jacob's ladders, and stuff like that.
Right.
Basically I was making, I was trying to make like a Jacob's ladder that had like a perfect arc, like it reached the top every time.
Yeah.
Before it started arcing at the bottom again, but anyhow I was like trying to adjust it, and if I just move it like a fraction of a millimeter, the spark would either stick to the bottom or it wouldn't arc.
So you mean moving the probes or the poles from each other?
The electrodes.
Back and forth electrodes, yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, I decided to use the heat from a laser to basically get the spark going.
Oh, to ignite the spark.
Yeah.
The heat from the laser providing
basically it lowers the resistance to the air
and provides a path.
Yeah.
Check. So you were in the middle of all this, and you were getting ready for how close were you to the great, grand, big experiment?
Well, I set up unfortunately, I only got to hook up one transformer.
Uh-huh.
Because when you hook those things backwards, they're not very efficient.
No, and of course you load down the local system incredibly.
Yeah, and if I'd have hooked up all six, I'd probably overload the one on the pole.
Maybe blown it up.
Yeah.
So, I'm curious, and I always have been curious, and I don't think I asked you this last time, but had you gotten the big one hooked up?
I got the Jacob's ladder section done.
No, wait, hear my question. Had you actually finished it and got it working, with the spark going all the way evenly to the top, what would you have done?
With the big model?
Yeah.
After I built the laser and see if it worked, I was saying, hey, this is cool. I probably got it, and basically rebuild my laser better to where it wouldn't catch fire. Heck, I'd probably get it on tape and go from there.
I know, but what I mean is you threw a screw through the little model.
Yeah.
So what would you have done with the big model?
If I got the same results, basically I was just seeing, basically I was going to see which did it do, if it was send it into the future farther, or if it would make the...
Well, I mean, what would you have thrown through? A screw first?
Yeah, just a bigger one.
And then maybe a cat, and then you get the idea. We'll be back. Madman Marcum is here. All right, now, back to Madman. By the way, Madman, I'm curious. Since we did that program, and I started calling you very affectionately Madman Marcum, did that stick? Do people call you that?
Well, everybody that called me did.
Yeah. Well,
nobody around here tells me that, though.
That's good. Probably not your face.
No.
All right. So, anyway, you never did get to do the big one. You would like to have, and as I said, I'm sure you would have thrown something through it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then, at what point would you have thrown a biological entity through it? Let's just say that your experiment worked and the screw disappeared. That's what I do. I throw a screw through first, I think.
Yeah.
Then I would throw maybe something bigger like a hammer through. Well, I don't know about a hammer, but something bigger.
Yeah.
And then, at some point, you would have to put a biological entity through it. Right?
Yeah.
What would have been your choice?
Probably something like some sort of insect, whatever, cat, bug, like a cockroach, grasshopper, something like that.
Something like that. Low on the level.
Yeah.
And then slowly edge your way up.
Yeah.
And then eventually, I suppose, if all of these creatures seem to survive, well, what if they didn't come back?
I don't know. I'd be probably thinking, well, maybe, because I think with my small version, I think what I did was I sent it like roughly half a second in the future, and then I caught up with it. That's why that's why I'm thinking, and that's the reason it reappeared on the table. Now, if it don't ever reappears, I'd be thinking, well, it either went like really far ahead, and I'd be waiting forever to catch up with it, or heck, it could have been vaporized. Heck, it might have appeared in another universe or something. Heck, I don't know.
Yeah, these would be the questions, all right.
Yeah.
And so you would then have to ask yourself, you know, back then, everybody who was listening, me included, figured that you were going to walk through it. Now, after we did the program with you, it's like your phone was disconnected after a while. Nobody had heard from you. People were calling me and saying, what happened to Madman? And we could only speculate. We thought you might have built your machine and walked through. Obviously not.
No.
Yet.
Never got to that point.
Yet. Now, you are once again, you said there are new developments. You have,
basically it's, I've improved it since then.
You improved it.
Yeah. Now instead of lasers, I use, like a revolving magnetic field. See, basically, I figured out what I did. It's, basically a vortex of electrical energy.
Now, you're going to use it, wait a minute, a revolving, magnetic field?
Yeah, basically it's a circle of electromagnets. Basically 24 around. It's 7 circles stacked one on top of the other. In each circle, there's 24 electromagnets.
Wow! Really?
Yeah.
And you power.
This one's getting a little bit more complicated.
Oh no, this is really cool. Now did you wind these yourself?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
And how much voltage do you intend to apply to the individual magnets?
Well, basically, I've been using 5,000 volts DC.
5,000 volts.
Yeah. Basically, I need like the strongest I need the strongest magnetic field I can get.
I've got you. You
can't
imagine.
Well, if you got high voltage, you won't need much current then. So.
Yeah. And you say this is going to be revolving. Now, by that, do you mean an actual mechanical revolving, or do you mean an electric?
Basically, now it's getting tough to explain. I wish I had a fax machine, I'd tell you. But
well, no, that's right. Will it be an electrical? In other words, do you move the field by alternately?
Basically, it's kind of like like the distributor cap in a car. It's similar to that.
Okay.
Basically, in each circle, all of them are energized except for maybe 1 or 2 of them. I'm going to set it up to where there's 4 different configurations.
All right, so you now you really may be making a time machine. Now this is pretty cool. Have you got that part of it built?
The electromagnets? Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we've got to get to the power question because probably your arresting officer is listening. Okay?
Yeah, not far.
And he needs to know how you're going to get your power. Because he'll leave you alone once he hears.
Well, lucky for me, I got basically a real cheap generator. This guy more or less almost gave it to me.
They almost gave it. Somebody gave it to you.
Well, he sold it to me like for $300. So.
How big a generator?
15 kilowatt.
Oh, that's a big generator.
Yeah.
That's a big one. And you can get what, 440 primary out of that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, transformers. You need to get the voltage high, right, for the Jacob?
Yeah, I got that made too.
You do?
Yeah. Basically, heck, I've had, last time you said I've had some help. Quite a bit, actually.
how big a transformer do you have?
Oh, they're quite large, but I got several of them because basically the total voltage I'm getting out of is 3 million. So.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah.
3 million volts?
Yeah, that's basically that's all the generator runs. Entirely that transformers.
3 million volts, and then you've got the rotating.
Yeah, because I got I got 6 of them. Each one changes 440 to 500,000, but the current's like really tiny.
So there has been, since the broadcast and the publicity, there have been people, obviously. I mean, for you to get this massive stuff built, there have been people helping you.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. When do you so anyway, the arresting officer, what was his name?
Tom Hampton.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Does he still talk to you, by the way?
The last time I heard from him was when he called your show.
That was it, huh?
Yeah.
I'll bet he's listening. I know he's on shift about this time. Anyway, you're completely independent of the power company.
Well, I still use the power company to run the electromagnets, but
you can do that legally.
Yeah, basically
without dimming down the town.
Well, yeah, the electromagnets only use about 8 kilowatts, so it's about the same as electric stove, maybe a tiny bit more, but
right. You are getting very close now to the technology described in the Philadelphia experiment. Do you realize that?
They used some sort of radio transmitter, didn't they?
They used, yes, they used rotating magnetic fields and RF. The only difference was they used, had RF fields as well.
Yeah.
But you're getting very close to what they were doing. And how close are you now to the first big experiment?
Well, that's another thing too. My electrodes are a little bit different. Basically, it's no longer a Jacob's ladder.
Okay.
Basically one of the electrodes is just like a straight piece of, like a rod down the middle.
Yeah.
And the other one is it's basically a screen mesh with it's in a tube and it's around that. Basically the electromagnets around that.
Uh-huh. And then you're going to apply 3 million volts to that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. When do you think you might be getting around to this? I mean, are we days, weeks, months away?
It's hard to tell now. Basically, I haven't got all my, basically I'm right in the middle of it right now. I started last week, so,
Are people talking to you about this? I mean, are you getting any advice, people?
Well, basically the people at the technical college and stuff, they think I'm a dead man, so.
So do a lot of us.
Yeah. Because, on that 3 million volts, it's only 3 milliamps, but at that voltage, it's more than enough to do you in, so.
Oh, like a French fried potato.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you would just be a massive charcoal, and pretty loose, dusty charcoal at that. There would be very little left. Now that's if it doesn't work as designed. Let me ask you this. Where did you get this radically different design for your new machine?
Basically, I talked to this physicist, where's the heck? I can't even remember the town he was in. It was just like a month after I was last on your show.
Right.
But, anyhow, it's like basically he said, well, there's this, I don't know if you knew about this or not, but there's this theory. It's like, how'd that theory go? Basically what it boils down to, at the vortex of high electrical energy, basically, theoretically, you can form a hole in the fabric of the universe, and through that hole, theoretically, you can go through time. So, that's what I'm thinking.
I understand.
Now, in my original experiment where I used a laser, I think the way that happened was that laser was pretty hot, and I never really realized this till just about 3 months ago. It was like the laser was really hot, this was on my back porch, and this was like in the dead of winter in December.
Yeah.
And it was about 15 degrees outside.
Uh-huh.
So I was thinking maybe the heat from the laser in the cold air made some sort of like tornado.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the how big is the machine physically going to be? The new one?
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Well, let's see. The electromagnets, they're about, if you like from the outer edge to the outer edge, they're about 10 feet in diameter.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're big ones.
Yeah, they sure are. Holy mackerel. Now, are you in an apartment or a house?
I'm in an apartment, but I don't have that stuff here.
Oh, so we've got a secret laboratory.
Well, more or less, it's just, basically just a rented garage.
A rented garage?
Yeah.
Believe me, lots of Sony Corporation began in a rented garage. Did you know that? For $500, they began Sony in a rented garage. Anyway, so you now have a dedicated building for your experiment.
Yeah. Well, basically, I got roommates here, and they're scared to death of my experiments. So
they didn't want to have it there in the apartment.
No. Well,
I can't say I blame them actually.
Well, they don't even want my Van de Graaff generators or my Tesla coils or anything like that in here either.
Really?
Yeah.
Now that's beginning to get a little pushy.
Yeah.
I mean, your Tesla coils.
Well, the Tesla coils I got are quite large.
Oh.
They're not just these ain't the little handheld type. These are they draw about 5,000 watts. So.
Well, you don't do anything in a small way, do you?
Oh no, I start small and get bigger as I go along.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a massive change, what you're talking about now. These magnets, 10 feet and such. How about the grid that you're putting up? How tall is that going to be?
Let's see. It's about, I'd say it's about 6 feet.
Tall enough for a man to walk through.
Well, basically this thing's like lying flat because these things are like really heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I told you there was 7 circles. Each circle had 24 electromagnets.
Yes, sir.
Well, basically those are I use JB Weld to hold them together because I can't pick the thing up. Each individual electromagnet weighs about 200 pounds.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's why basically caused the laminated core because iron's pretty plate metal's pretty heavy when you get it that much.
Oh, you have increased your plans exponentially.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Well, I'm just making a small one to see if it works because eventually I'm going to make one bigger than that.
Bigger than that?
Well, that's another thing too. Since your show, this guy in Springfield, Oregon, got hold of me.
Yeah.
And he's working. There's 4 other people that's been doing experiments connected to mine. One's what's his name? John Searle. He's in. Have you heard of him?
I've heard the name somewhere. Yes.
He's in London, England, and just so happens he's made like some sort of special generator. It just basically runs on free energy.
I'm familiar with these people, yes. Okay.
Yeah, and that'll definitely come in handy for me. Because ultimately what I'd like to do is like build like a really giant one.
Yeah.
Basically, if it's a small one, I'm going to see what controls what. Like if the current controls like how far I go into the future or the past or whatever.
Yeah.
And what I can do to like make it go in reverse and
go into the past.
Yeah. And then figure out a way how the heck to control that.
Maybe it will depend on the phase of the electrical current or the way the magnets are rotating. Who knows?
Yeah.
Any of that's possible. Ultimately, though, if the experiment goes as you hope it will, there's got to come a moment when a human being walks through or into the field. Doesn't there?
Yeah.
So this is where we've always been worried about you, and now with 3 million volts, this is real serious. Well, I suppose actually dead is dead, and even your earlier Jacob's Ladder if things had gone wrong, would have fried you alive.
Yeah.
So this would just be a more spectacular ending.
Yeah, I'd probably vaporize.
Vaporize, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Vaporization. But on the other hand, you're really, and this is what I got out of the first interview, you're really serious about this, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
And you really do believe that you can move things in time, huh?
Yeah.
Do you think, and this is a philosophical question for you, but I've always been fascinated with people working on time machines, and you're down to some serious work now, serious machine. Do you think it would be a good thing for us to be able to move in time?
Have
you given that any thought?
Well, if it does like it does in the movies, heck, that'd be great. But I don't know. I've been talking with some other like theoretical physicists and stuff like that.
Yes.
Basically, as far as like the quantum mechanics and like the physics of it.
Yes.
It'd be similar. Well, I wouldn't get torn. I'm sure you've heard of a black hole before.
Oh, of course.
It's like basically, if I wouldn't get torn apart since I'm using electromagnetism instead of gravity.
Right.
But the problem is, if I like go through it, basically what I'm thinking is, I might like say I want to go 10 years in the future. Well, okay, I went 10 years in the future, but I'm in a different universe. And unfortunately, this theory, if I like go back through, then I'll be in yet another different universe. I'll never get back to the one I left. Which that's a downside.
Downside, yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, when you get ready to get to the human part of the experiment, would you be willing to allow me to come and videotape? I mean, something like this really ought to be documented.
Oh, sure.
And it could be used for one of several things. I mean, to document a new step in physics, the first documented time travel, or alternately as a memorial for you.
Yeah.
You know, here was the life of Mike Marcum, and here's how he ended. But he believed in what he was doing. And so I'm really serious about this in a way. It would make either a great documentation of time travel, or it would make a very good memorial. Now, surely your parents and your friends, where are your parents?
I haven't talked to them in, like 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Then friends, what do they say to you? Are they concerned about you?
Well, some of them think I'm full of crap. Some think I'm crazy. The others are like kind of worried.
Have you wondered about whether you're crazy yourself? Now, I'm not saying you're crazy, and far from it, because actually I really think you're working in a fascinating area, frankly. And I might be tempted to do something like that myself. But have you ever considered your own sanity? And said to yourself, Mike, I might be nuts. Is that a yes?
I never really considered it, really.
Never thought about it.
Huh.
So
basically, I take that back. I kind of have, but I just figured, well, if I am, and I'm not.
Que sera, sera.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right. Mike, hold on, because the phones here are going nuts. The people remember you, obviously. They want to talk to you. Stay right where you are, and we'll be back to you after the news, all right?
Okay.
My guest is Madman Marcum. His plans have increased exponentially. In fact, a lot of the work is done. We'll be back. Maybe. All right. I have as my guest Madman Marcum. Mike Marcum, actually, who began by building a simple Jacob's ladder controlled by a laser, which, if I recall correctly, he took out of a laser disc machine. He threw a screw through it. It disappeared. Then he moved on up, stole, actually, transformers from the power company, got arrested just short of his gigantic experiment. Now, there have been many developments, and he has done the most incredible job. He's got a garage now, a laboratory, where he has built what he believes to be a time machine. And it's big. I mean, the scale of this thing is massive, and we'll catch up on that in a second. Then we'll launch into the phones and let you talk to him while he's still here in this time frame on Earth. All right, back now to Madman Marcum. Madman, because there is an audience that joins us at midnight, just if you would, you've now got, it's out of your apartment. You're not using the power company power anymore. You are using this giant generator. You've got 15-kilowatt generator with a 440 output. You've got a whole series of gigantic transformers. How big, again, please?
They changed 440 to 500,000 each.
500,000 each?
Yeah.
You've built yourself a grid with a rotating group of 24 magnets, electromagnets, is it?
Well, 24 in each circle, then I got 7 circles, so it's 168 altogether.
Oh, my gosh. And each one of these is how big?
It's about 5,000 volts at about 1 amp. DC.
And physically, how big are they?
Each circle's about 10 feet wide.
Man, this thing is gigantic. This thing is going to be, do you remember that movie, what was the name of it? Where in Egypt, where they dug up the big circle? Do you remember that?
Yeah, Stargate.
Stargate, thank you. What you're building sounds like Stargate.
Well, it's like I told you about that guy out in Springfield, Oregon. He's setting up like a really big lab for me.
Yeah.
And, well, I was like, already drew up plans for that, like bigger scale.
Yeah.
And for that, I plan to use, it's going to be a little bit more complicated yet. Instead of just like it's going to use 40 million volts, two-phase at very low frequency.
But before we get to that, I mean, you're going to carry through this experiment before you get to that one, right?
Yeah, basically, well, the reason I'm doing this is to basically improve it before I make the big one. It's a lot cheaper to build a little one and improve it rather than build a big one and then tear it back down again.
All right, now listen to this fax that I just got. It's from a pastor, a man of the cloth. Art, tell Madman if he wants a human volunteer to go through first, I will do it. I have, since I was a small child, been fascinated with time travel. As a matter of fact, I've been doing my own research and testing on time travel. I've been perusing Another Route. Remember the movie Somewhere in Time? He's been doing that thing, but he is actually, Pastor Bradley is volunteering to go through. Now, this brings up a big moral issue, because if Pastor Bradley should go the way a fly goes, and you know those little fly zappers?
Yeah.
If Pastor Bradley were to go like that, they could potentially, they could charge you with, I don't think murder, but maybe manslaughter.
Yeah.
So you would be disinclined, I take it, or do you want a human volunteer?
That's really nice of him, but if I do a human volunteer because of that, I'll probably be the one.
You're going to be the one?
Yeah.
All right. Well, certainly some scientists have injected themselves with their own serums, to prove. Here's another practical suggestion for you just before we go to the phones. Art, please ask Madman what he thinks about the idea of, instead of first even putting animals into the vortex, here's an idea for you. Basically strap a camcorder to the end of a pole and put it into the vortex. Maybe we could safely see what's on the other side when the experiment gets to that stage, that is. Now, that's not a half-bad idea, or is it? Well, wait a minute now. A camcorder wouldn't survive the electromagnetic field, would it?
Well, the way it's set up, basically in the center of it.
Yeah.
Okay, you got your screen mesh.
Yeah.
Right. I'm thinking I'm just going to use whatever works better. I don't know yet, but I'm either going to use just like a straight rod or use like a metal pipe. Now, if the metal pipe works better, then basically that metal pipe acts to some degree like a magnetic shield.
So that might be an okay idea.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'll get the same results as with that or with a rod.
All right. And this, dear Art, when Madman Marcum mentioned using 7 rings of 24 electromagnets, I was reminded of Bob Lazar's description of the drive units on the UFOs he allegedly studied Although I believe he said they were using 48 sectors per ring instead of 24. That's Ron in Birmingham, Alabama. Have you heard about Bob Lazar's? Do you know the guy?
I heard his name from somewhere.
Well, he worked allegedly at an area called S4 here near where I live, and actually back engineered some supposedly extraterrestrial vehicles.
Yeah.
And he was claiming that's what they use. So you're not far away from what this is really interesting, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's like I was kind of like debating on how many. I knew it was going to be a multiple of 12, but I didn't know whether to use 24. Originally, I was going to do 96, but then the ring would be heck, at 5,000 watts each thing, that has to be pretty good size. The heck, the ring would be, it'd be 150 feet wide, and that'd be too dang.
Yeah, I can't believe the progress you've made. And then to the main unit, you're going to be applying 3 million volts.
Yeah.
I mean, this is much, much, much bigger than even that.
Yeah, these things, I mean, they're harder than heck to insulate as far as the secondary windings go.
I'll bet. I bet. What size wire do you have to use?
Oh, since the output current's only 3 milliamp, it's really tiny. It's like what gauge is it? I think I bought spools of it.
Well, as I said, look, I think no matter what happens, it is going to be incredibly dramatic.
Yeah, I think, if I remember right, I think it's like 30 gauge.
30 gauge, all right.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a very, very dramatic event, and I'm really serious. I will fly out when you're ready, and I will videotape it, and we will either use it to document actual time travel or use it as a memorial, which I guarantee will be run on many outlets, and many people across the country will see your last millisecond. You know what would be awful, though? If you went through and it looked like you were zapped and there was nothing left of you, we really wouldn't know whether you had gone to another...
Yeah, that's the down part of it. Even if it's successful and it's one of those deals where I end up in another universe, if this thing does like a black hole does, which essentially it's the same thing. It's basically a hole in the space-time continuum. If it's a successful jump, I'll be the only one that knows it. So.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Unless, I suppose, I hate to use this analogy, but when a fly hits one of those zappers, it sort of vaporizes.
Yeah.
But there's still a little dust, right?
Yeah.
So there'd be some dust of Marcum left. Maybe some sort of dust. I mean, it wouldn't totally... Or would it, you know more about this than I do, would it, if it didn't work out...
the current's only 3 milliamps, odds are it wouldn't vaporize me, I'd probably be electrocuted and have burn marks all over me, but since the current's only 3 milliamps, it probably wouldn't do a whole lot.
Well, it's going to be dramatic, that's for damn sure. I really would, I'm serious about this. I'll come videotape it. If you'll allow me to.
Oh, yeah.
All right. If you had to guess, what period of time are we talking about here?
Well, that's just it.
Just a guess. Assuming things continue to work out on your timeline, as you want them to, just a guess.
Well, assuming I don't run into any problems, like technical problems, I'll probably, maybe, I still need to finish electromagnets. I'm only about halfway down those, probably a month.
A month.
Yeah, I got a full-time job, so basically I only get to work on it on evenings and weekends.
Well, that's good, because I'm going to Europe here for a couple of weeks, and I'm going to have to arrange to fly out there, and which I'm going to do. So you need to keep me informed.
I will.
All right, now let's go to the phones and see what people have to say to you. This is quite remarkable. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mike Marcum. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you, sir?
This is Tony. I'm in Issaquah. I'm listening on Como.
Oh, okay.
Seattle.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the guy in Springfield, Oregon who's doing it too?
Well, he's not really doing it too. Basically, he's just he's more or less a coordinator between me, a couple other guys, and,
well, can you spell his last name?
It's, Daniel Webb.
Daniel Webb.
Yeah, W-E-B-B.
And did you videotape the Jacob's ladder and the screw disappearing?
Well, I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't have one handy.
No, see, this was his very first scale model experiment.
Did the screw disappear and not come back?
It reappeared roughly half a second later.
Half a second later. And
yeah,
when
this thing
it
was setting on the edge
disappeared,
of
was
a
it inside
makeshift
a ball of plasma or what? I mean,
okay, you know what the sparkle, you know what a heat signature looks like, right?
Yeah.
Like above the source of heat, you'd get wavy lines.
Uh-huh.
Well, this was like, heck, I'm surprised I even noticed it. Basically, I thought I was seeing things. Basically, this was kind of like amoeba shaped. They're just going straight up and down. The wavy lines, they weren't really wavy lines unless you, like, pay attention to the background of it, but it was like kind of like amoeba shape.
Kind of like a mirage type shape?
Yeah.
Or heat waves, you're saying, like on a...
Yeah, but instead of going straight up and down, it was going kind of circular.
Okay, so none of this stuff was videotaped?
Unfortunately.
Because
this is caller. Hold on a second. Because I can remember the original story when he was on the air. He got the screw through, but what was controlling this was this little laser that he had taken out of literally out of a
CD player.
CD player. Thank you. And he overloaded the laser, and is that correct, Mike?
Yeah. See, I got to throw this thing through 2 or 3 times because I thought I was really flipping out.
Right.
And I said, cool, I discovered something here. I got to get this on tape.
Right.
And not probably 5 seconds after I said that, I was getting ready to turn the stuff off and go borrow a camcorder. The laser caught fire.
And that's when he started on the bigger one, the bigger model, which he had.
Yeah, because the laser was the most complicated part, and I figured, well, if I'm going to rebuild the laser, I might as well do a big version.
Right. So to get to the point, then he built the big one, caller, and of course the long arm of the law stepped in to the middle of that experiment.
Well, I hope you get something of the original one on your website, Art. I really appreciate it. And my question really is, why are you replacing the laser with a rotating magnetic field?
All right, good question. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, if I ever jump through it, with no laser there, all I have to do is worry about the electric spark then. And another thing, a magnetic field I found out is a lot more efficient.
And this was on advice from a physicist, right?
Yeah.
I think that he's on the right track. I think you were originally too, but you have made a quantum leap, certainly, going to this rotating magnetic field. I think you're really onto something. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mike Marcum.
Hello, Art. This is Rick in Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
Well, hello, Rick.
Hey, Madman.
Yeah.
I want to tell you what I think you should do is I think that you should get a radio frequency. I think is the frequency you're using, the rotating frequency, 160 megahertz?
Well, no, he's not using RF. He's
not using RF.
No, he's using these rotating, alternating magnetic fields.
Okay.
As far as the spark goes, I can adjust the frequency of that. I'm using, like, very low frequencies.
Well, I just remember something about the Philadelphia experience, 160 RF.
That's correct.
But anyway, what I think that you can do to make your experiment a little easier on you is if you concentrate on sending a message back from the future to yourself at the present time.
Ooh,
that way you would know, I mean, like a RF, like what you could do is write down a frequency and a time and put it in a safe place.
No, even better yet, why not just write a note and tell me or someone else where that note is going to be?
Well, it would be for him. That way he could talk to himself. And he could tell himself...
I know, but it's not Michael that we've got to convince.
I know, but what I'm saying is Michael could tell himself how to actually make his machine. That way it would be kind of a lazy way to do it.
Well, we'll have his machine. We don't have to worry about that part. If we want to prove that he went into the future, then he writes a note and he leaves it in a pre-designated place, and depending, of course, now who knows how far in the future he gets tossed.
Yeah.
But if it's not too far, then that note is going to appear.
Right. Well, that's true. Or he could make a radio, because radio waves are never lost. I mean, your voice is out there forever, Art.
Yeah, I know, but we can't recapture it, sir. Once transmitted, it keeps on trucking. It's not like we can go catch it.
Yeah, but if you could figure out a way to recapture it, if you could transmit on tachyon beams or...
Oh, well, now we're getting way out there.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, I like the note idea. That seems simple to me. Then there's one other little thing to worry about, Mr. Marcum, and that is, how do you know you're going to go to the future? How do you know you're not going to go to the past?
Well, that gets pretty complicated there, but this is a separate physicist here. He said normally it goes forward. Now, how it controls, how you do it in reverse is, well, there's a couple ways that I've been told.
Yeah.
One's this little special oscillator you have with you. And another, way is, basically, I got it wrote down on a piece of paper somewhere, but basically it has something to do with, basically changing, invert your phases or something like that.
All right, here's the other thing. As in, that movie, for you to return, presumably if you get tossed into the future, if the machine is continuing to run, then that hole remains available for you to jump back through. Would that be true or false?
Well, like I said, if it's every physicist I've talked to, all they got in common is basically it's similar to a black hole, except no gravity is going to tear me apart. Basically, and if that's the case, then it's like a doorway. I can just walk back in.
Walk back in, yeah. All right.
Problem, if it's like almost identical to a black hole, except for the gravity part, basically when I walk back in, I'm in one universe. Now, logically, like a regular doorway, if you walk back through, you came back where you left. Well,
so my comparison to Stargate, man, wasn't that far off, was it?
Yeah. Actually, it reminds a lot of people.
Stargate?
Of that movie, yeah.
Yeah, particularly the way you're building it. You know, it sounds like Stargate. All right, Madman, hold on. We'll be right back to you. This is Madman, not too far outside Kansas City for the moment in this time frame. Yes, sir. Folks, we'll get it on videotape. At any rate, we're going to take a break here. If you want to ask Madman a question, come now. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. All right, back now to Madman Marcum. Madman, last time you were on the air, you gave out your phone number.
Yeah.
And what happened after that?
Basically, I was getting one call after another for the next 3 days.
So people are going to, of course, ask if they can contact you again this time. And last time I warned you.
Yeah, well, last time I was debating whether I should have used my address or my phone number. I should have went with the address.
Okay, so
I didn't really mind it, but it was like, I'll get cranky after 3 days without sleep.
Well, you gotta admit, I warned you.
Yeah.
I did warn you.
Yeah.
All right, so now you've got an address. Why don't you go ahead and give your address now so people can write it down and communicate with you while
okay, it's 209.5.
I'm sorry?
209.5.
209.5.
South 13th Street.
South 13th Street.
St. Joseph, Missouri.
St. Joseph. Mo. And the zip code?
64501.
64501. All right, good. 209.5 South 13th Street, St. Joseph, Missouri, 64501, right?
Yeah. And if you put Madman on top of that, I don't know if the postman will know who I am or not, but...
He probably will.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a fax for you. Well, I guess I'll hold that. All right, here's a fax. Dear Art, if this screw went several seconds into the future, wouldn't it always be those same several seconds into the future? I don't see how this screw can exist in the present and the future. If this screw did happen to go into the future, it suggests the screw had to travel backwards in time to get to the present from the future. Could you please have Mr. Marcum elaborate?
Well, what it boils down to, what I think happened is, actually it wasn't several seconds, I've been nice, but actually it was about just enough for me to measure. It was about roughly half a second.
Right.
And, what I think happened is, when it went through that thing,
yeah,
after I went through that, portal, vortex, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Basically just went straight from, basically it skipped over half a second.
Yeah, okay. All right, now my question. Have you considered this possibility, Madman? I mean, there are 3 million volts. We're talking serious stuff here. Now, there might be those who would consider you are, in effect, committing suicide. Okay?
Yeah.
And that instead of the police coming, because you have not, obviously you're not breaking the law now.
Yeah.
But you may be, I mean, have you ever thought they might
put me in the nut house?
Well, I was going to approach it more gently, but yes. Yes.
Well, let's see. Basically, I'm on probation now. Basically, they made a condition my probation to go see a shrink, like roughly once a month now.
So you've been going to a shrink?
Yeah, and
you've told the shrink all about this, right?
Yeah, well, she already knew about it anyway.
Oh, she?
Yeah, she said, well, she told me on TV. But
okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is very interesting. Now, I didn't know that you've been doing this. So now what does she say after listening to what you've said?
Basically, I told her, well, basically, in her opinion, I'm delusional and among other things, and she put me on Risperdal. But evidently, it's not a delusion because it has no effect on me. And I've been taking it for, about 6 months now.
So she thinks you're delusional.
Yeah.
What is her attitude about your going? I mean, she knows you're getting closer and closer to the big one here.
Yeah.
And what's she saying to you about this?
Well, basically she asked me, it's the same thing. I go in, she asks, well, anything change, Mike? And I always tell her, not really. So.
So she probably thinks time to increase the dosage.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Well,
Michael.
She hasn't really increased it in the past couple months, so.
Maybe she figures that's as much as chemicals can do. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Yes, this is Dr. Joe. And
okay.
I have done a lot of science fair stuff in my youth and continue a hobby of physics as an amateur. And I'm rather impressed with Madman's recent research. I had a couple of suggestions.
Let me ask you this, sir. Based on what you know, you heard him describe what he's building, right?
Yes.
When should he walk through this, what would happen?
Not right away. The first thing that he needs to do is he needs to get a spring-loaded spring-loaded timer and put it in a plexiglass container and get some sort of ramp that he can roll it on through the
gate
tunnel that he's created.
Yeah.
And he needs to videotape it and have another timer in the foreground, and so that he can see what the difference is.
Kind of like what they did in Back to the Future.
Yes, something like that. So
all right. But then assuming that works out, and he actually physically walks through a biological entity, what do you think will happen?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me either.
Let me give a few more suggestions. One of them is we need to put one of Art's parts through there and see what happens when it's energized, like Dan Deo recommended. Remember he said if you just oscillate it, it'll lift off.
Please, my parts are already scattered all over the place. One at a time here, please. They're at universities. That's a whole nother story. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hello.
Yes, Art Bell.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
I'm Mark from Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Hi, Mark.
Hey. I wanted to ask Man, I've been reading a book on the current state of the art in quantum physics, and what most quantum physics tend to think now is that in order to explore time or interdimensional travel, you have to generate energies that were only present at the initial moment of the Big Bang, when the universe existed in 10 dimensions.
All right.
Now, as the Big Bang cooled, 6 of the dimensions curled in upon themselves, and we were left with 4 that we know, 3 of space.
So you're trying to suggest he cannot generate enough energy?
Well, what most physicists say now, in order to explore hyperspace or time, you need to generate an amount of energy called the Planck energy, or 10 to the 19 billion electron volts, which is about 1 quadrillion times larger than energies currently available in our accelerator.
All right. Well, I appreciate that suggestion, but there are, in fact, indications. If you look at the Philadelphia experiment, if you look at Lazar's work, there are indications that it can be done with much lower voltage if other factors are involved, like this large rotating magnetic field that Madman is talking about. Right, Madman?
Yeah. Now, the word got to use like megavolts. Basically, the guy I talked to says it worked best. Unfortunately, I can't generate that much right now, but it worked best to have 40 million volts two-phase. Now, I'm having a heck of a time insulating 3 volts, or 3 million volts.
I understand. Now,
yeah, eventually I hope to get to that point, but I can't do that right now.
There are those, Madman, who would say this is crazy and suicidal, and you're going to be a crispy critter, and is there any way to talk you out of this? I guess if your psychiatrist can't, then nothing we could say would talk you out of it.
No, let's see. Actually, my girlfriend tried to talk me out of it.
You mean, did she leave you because she couldn't?
Yeah. That's why.
I understand. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Yes. Hi, you two. I have a question for both of you.
All right. Where are you?
Each of you. Pardon me?
Where are you, dear?
I'm calling from Santa Monica, California.
Santa Monica. All right.
Okay. My question for you, Art, is I need to find a station where I can listen to you with clarity.
Well, what about KABC in Los Angeles?
Where's that? 790?
Yeah.
Okay, so you moved from
No.
From Kogo.
Well, yes, we're on 760, which is KFMB in San Diego, and you can probably receive that, or go to KBC 790.
790, okay. I don't know why I couldn't find you there. All right, my question, my comment, and for Madman is, what kind of protective gear are you going to be wearing in secure vehicle? Are you going to put yourself in? I don't believe you can just walk through.
Well, basically it really depends on what kind of center electrode I'm using. If it's going to be just a rod, or if it's going to be a tube. If it's going to be a rod,
I would think nothing metal would be a good idea.
No, I'm going to be wearing something like more or less a giant rubber glove.
Yes.
Because even with the tube, I may not necessarily get killed, but I'll get the nasty shock of my life, so.
All right, well, good luck to you.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much for the call. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hi.
Yes, what I'm interested in is what is your scientific background that eventually got you headed this way? It was just playing around or what? And then for Art...
Okay, the answer to the question is just playing around. You don't have... you're not a physicist, are you, Mark?
No, let's see. I just turned 23 last week, so...
He's just a guy, sir.
Okay, Art, if you would, at the end of the hour, play Louis Armstrong.
yeah, it might fit. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Rick from the mighty KOMO in
Seattle. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask the Madman 3 questions. One of them, was it an aluminum screw that he threw through the...
Actually, no. It stuck to a magnet, so it's probably steel.
It was not a sheet metal screw of any kind, then, huh? Okay, the second question is you said that time-wise, could you reverse, as far as the DC current, could you reverse the magnetic field and somehow, if this worked, go back in time? Would that be the...
That's a possibility. It's one we'll be working on, find out what controls what.
Like putting 2 magnets together.
Yeah.
Opposite. Okay.
I can try that. See what happens.
And the third question is that, and Art might go along with this, could could you charge the aluminum and bismuth?
Quit messing with my parts.
Well,
My
I
parts
want
are
to find out
they're at a
if you could
university,
charge that.
and they're going to have 1 million volts applied to them, sir. So,
Well, he's got $5 million.
no, 3 million.
$3 million. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Art.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. A first-time caller line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, this is Lee from Kansas City.
Yes.
And I was real interested. I'm not a physicist or anything, but I was interested in what you're talking about. And I was wondering, when he goes through, if the minister would go through first, it'd be murder. So why doesn't he take someone with him? That way, when he goes through, they can decide together what's going on over there, and then one could come back.
Well, there's a pretty good idea. Is there anybody, Madman, who wants to go through with you? I mean, you've got friends who are helping you build this.
Oh, actually, I know several people, but I'm assuming they don't got much faith in me because.
In other words, they're willing to help you make coils, but they're not willing to.
Well, what I'm saying is there's a couple that's willing to like go ahead and be guinea pigs, but they don't got much faith in me because they're kind of, well, in my opinion, they're suicidal. But
in your opinion, they're suicidal?
Yeah.
You mean actually they're thinking the machine isn't going to work and they're suicidal, and so they don't care.
They want to go I'm assuming they want to go out in a really spectacular way.
Oh, this would do it. This would do it.
Another thing I'd like to ask him, what is his background? If he's only 23 years old.
Aside from prison, you mean?
No. I mean his education.
All right. Madman, did you get through high school?
Oh, yeah. I was majoring in electrical engineering for 2 years in college before I had to drop out.
Okay.
Besides that, most everything I know I've learned by experiment.
All right, so you're an entrepreneur, a self-learned mad scientist.
More or less.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
My name is Eric in Kentucky.
Yes, hi, Eric.
Hi. I was just wanting to give a suggestion for Mr. Madman. Maybe you could just tie a string onto something that you throw through.
So you could pull it back.
Yeah, just pull it right back. You know, it's easy. Or maybe shine a flashlight through it.
Yeah,
if the light can swim back out, you know.
I was just thinking of that.
Well, you know, these
You'll
things...
be putting the light through two different mediums if it's actually going somewhere else.
Yeah, these things, obviously, you would try before you walk through yourself.
Oh, yeah.
So what we've got to do is have you perform the initial experiments, Madman, and then, and then, of course, call me before you do the big one. I mean, when I say big one, I mean...
When I jump in.
Yeah. Definitely call me before that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hello? Going once, going twice, gone with the wind. First time caller line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Turn your radio off, sir.
Turn my radio off. No problem.
Very important, yes.
Turn it off.
Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295.
I have a question for Matt.
Okay, we're not allowed to put your last name on the air, sir.
Okay, Tim.
So let us just call you Tim, and where are you calling from?
Oak Grove, Missouri.
Oak Grove, Missouri. All right, go ahead, Tim.
Okay, I have a couple questions for Madman Marcum.
Yep.
First off, would he think about putting a laser with the magnetic field?
Well, I think that the magnets are... Basically, the magnet does the same thing as the laser, only a lot more efficiently.
Yeah.
I mean, what originally did it was the combination with laser with 15-degree air is what originally caused that.
Okay.
Now, the magnetic field basically does the same thing as that, but a lot more efficiently.
Yeah, I was thinking of using the laser to help dampen the field possibly more in conjunction with the magnet. And because of wave-particle duality, by that, I took a physics class in college, wave-particle duality in light, if you possibly put one at the top and the bottom going together, canceling each other out in a wave the waveform.
Well, as you have heard the design, which is significant, I mean, this is a Stargate-sized thing he's building.
Yes.
What do you think is going to happen to him when he walks through?
What will happen?
Yeah. What do you think will happen based on the design you've heard him describe?
Well, that's hard to say. Doing the Philadelphia experiment, it can happen like that. Or, well, it just depends.
Now, it's worth reminding Madman at this point that...
yeah, he could possibly get killed over it, yeah.
Well, even if he gets through, let's say he gets through, remember the results of the Philadelphia experiment where sailors were like halfway, buried in the deck. It was horrible. You remember that?
Yes, and I also heard that people who did survive were crazy over it. Just went totally crazy.
Well, in this case, though, they might not be able to tell any difference.
Yeah.
So Madman may have an advantage.
Oh, actually, basically, I don't know. I'm thinking what could have been part of that is there might have been some like low frequencies in there, and well, your brain waves are anywhere from 0.1 to 10 hertz, and it just so happens that's the same frequencies I'm playing with. So basically, I made this sheet metal, like sheet tin helmet over my head.
You're actually going to be using frequencies akin to the ones that the HARP transmitter is using.
Yeah. Basically, it's anywhere from 0.1 to 30 hertz.
Oh, man.
Heck, I'd like to get lower, but it's lower frequencies. It's like, well, you need like a really giant capacitor, and I can't find one that big.
Well, we might be able to find one. Madman, you want to do one more hour?
Okay.
All right. Madman Marcum is my guest, and he will be back. It is. And we are hearing the story, the new story, and the big plans of Madman Marcum. I call him that. His real name is Mike Marcum. He's in Missouri. And he is building, to me, what sounds like Stargate. It really does sound like Stargate. We'll get him to describe it again here in a few moments. I went out and talked to my wife during the break. I said, honey, this really sounds like Stargate. She said that to me, it sounds like a barbecue. And she could be right, I suppose. Anyway, back to Madman and your questions in a moment. He needs to understand the scale of what Madman Marcum is building. He began with a small-scale model, which he, of this Jacob's ladder, controlled by a laser. He threw a steel screw through. It disappeared for about a full half second, then reappeared. Then he built a big one. He had to appropriate some power company transformers to do it, unfortunately. And they caught him and put him in jail. He did his time. We did a show with him some time ago. But now he's acquired a gigantic generator, and he has built these gigantic transformers, many of them, and electromagnets, and he is building, to me, what seems to be roughly Stargate, actually. And at some point, of course, he is going to walk through it. Now, first of all, Madman, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that we've got a caller here who wants to know the scale of what you're building, and it'll be well that we explain it. We have new audience at this hour. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Are you there?
Yeah. I'm calling from Platte City. Oh, and my name's Pat. I was wondering, how large is this thing? Are you going to, build it in your basement and do it like that?
Okay, we'll tell you the story. Here's what's happened. He did it, you see, on his back porch originally, and that's when the cops got him. That's when he had to do his time. Now, he has acquired, it is a garage?
Yeah.
It's a garage. All right, if you would give the audience a sense of the scale of what you have now built.
Well, let's see. The electromagnets are circular. Let's see.
And there are how many of them?
There's 7 circles. Each circle has 24 in it.
And each electromagnet is how big?
Including the core and the coil, about 200 pounds.
Good God. All right, and so there are 7 circles of these,
well, there's going to be. I haven't got it finished yet.
Yeah, right, but 7 circles of 24 magnets each, and they will be rotating. And then there will be not exactly a Jacob's ladder, but either a pole, you said?
Well, there's like a screen mesh.
Screen mesh.
Actually, I use that stuff. You know that it's like in a screen door.
Yeah.
It's that fine because it's only 3 milliamps, so it won't melt down or nothing.
3 milliamps, but the voltage you are developing is 3 million volts, right? And you are doing this with transformers that you have now hand wound.
Actually, I used a motor.
Well, I don't blame you. And they are how big and weigh how much?
Oh, each one, I have no idea. Let's see. Good grief. They're about the size of a small substation transformer.
That's big.
Yeah, this probably weighs maybe probably a ton or two a piece.
A ton or two a piece. And how many of them do you have?
6.
6. So here will be the 3 million volts. Here will be this incredible circle of magnets, seven circles. And then at some point, you're going to go through it. Now, here's Dave in Houston, Texas. He says, Madman, I have relatives in St. Joseph, Missouri. Is that far from you?
That's the town I'm in.
Okay. My father-in-law owns St. Joseph Electronics. If you run short of capacitors or resistors, drop by.
Actually, that's where I get all my parts from.
Really?
Yeah. I go there all the time. Heck, I'm probably their number one customer because, I just got done buying a bunch of parts for a Cascade multiplier. And
okay, well,
they're always happy to see me because every time I go there, I spend last time I was there, I spent $1,500. So.
Oh, man. All right, well, this is Dave in Houston, and I guess maybe you've got a little pull now because this is relative, all right?
Okay.
So mention Dave in Houston when you go back next time. Maybe it'll get you a discount.
Okay.
All right, plus, of course, if you never come back, they can go down and recover. Anyway, Dear Art and Madman, it sounds like a one-way trip. You best think about it a little more. I dream of time travel myself, but I don't feel it's worth my life. Now, that's a good question, Madman. Listen, by the way, I should say, I was talking to my board op up in Oregon during the break, and he said, look, mad as this guy may sound, A, he's really doing it. B, a lot of people thought Thomas Edison was totally out of his mind, and a lot of other inventors who have done things like you're apparently about to do, Michael, and maybe you're not so mad after all, and maybe it's people like you that get out on the cutting edge, that really do make the jumps, the leaps in technology that others are afraid to try. So, little kudos for you there. All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Yes. I was wondering, I think everyone needs to understand or think about the scale on which he is working. I'm reminded of another movie, Time Cop. What are some of the moral ramifications of what you are doing? I mean, traveling back in time.
He thinks wait a minute now. He thinks he's going forward in time, not back.
Yes, but he said he was also considering working on going back in time.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he did, and it's a very good point. What do you mean by moral ramifications? In other words, that he might change something that would affect all of us?
Exactly.
It's a good point, and we'll have him address that in a second. But here's another suggestion, Madman. Art, tell him before he goes, he should put $10,000 in a reinvesting CD and take his bank book with him. When he arrives, if he arrives, he'll be a rich man. Barry in Arizona. That's worth your consideration. But what about this caller's question, the moral question, that you might instead go back in time, disrupt something, and cause havoc?
Well, that's assuming. It would if I showed up in the same universe I left, but I've been talking with a lot of quantum physicists, and they think it's virtually impossible to stay in the same universe. And if that's the case, then whatever I do, it won't affect this one. So
that's a good point. How about that, caller?
It seems to satisfy my. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you. First time caller line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Hi, how you doing? This is Dave from Kent.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Madman. Why do you associate the disappearance of the object directly with time?
what the heck, I got that question last time, too. It just, well, now the heck over the past, at first I didn't really know what to think. I thought maybe he'd like teleported or something like that, but basically if it's like, basically all the current quantum physics theories and stuff like that.
Have you explored any other possibilities, such as maybe the bending of light waves or something to describe light waves?
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, it's like similar to what the Philadelphia experiment people set out to do, but they they ended up messing up time. That's why I was considering that possibility too. Like I said last time I was on the show, maybe I made a really intense magnetic field intense enough to bend light.
Now, I know, let me ask this, Madman. Are you not at all concerned that, like in the Philadelphia experiment, yeah, sure, you'll go through something, all right, but what is the garage floor made out of?
Concrete.
Concrete. Well, suppose half of Madman's, in the concrete, the other half is above concrete, and there's no one there to help you.
Oh. That's something to think about, too. I don't know which would be worse, getting fired or getting stuck in concrete.
Yeah. Or this. Art, if Madman goes back in time, ask him to please find out the following. A, if Bill really inhaled. B, if Hillary threw the lamp. And C, who killed Vince Foster. That's also from right there in Kansas City, so it's a little request in case you happen to go back.
Yeah.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hi.
Oh, Wildcard Jack from Northwest Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And want to know if, with all that electronic equipment and electromagnetic stuff, if you have or have considered using any of Stan Dale's formulas or theories on gravitation or anything like that, maybe diversify your effort a little bit.
Well, he's using a massive rotating magnetic field, sir. Massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, about the only way to get more massive is by use a particle accelerator.
That's right. I mean, this will be a very serious magnetic field. There's no question about it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
This is Rick from Indio, California.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering the fact that if he does go in time, that let's say he goes in like 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, in that 1 year time, in real reality, he has died. What happens? Is he dead then, or is he? Where is he then? Can he come back? See?
Well, that goes back to that. It's called the multiverse theory, is what it is. Like in Time Cop, that guy ran into itself, and basically disaster happened.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the way I think it would happen, it'd be just like another person. I can do I like shake his hand or do or shake my other self's hand and do whatever, but it wouldn't do anything. But if I like died in part of that time and just basically skip over that time, the time that I died, I wouldn't know it.
Okay, I was just curious about that. And then also on the UFOs, when they're talking about the UFOs on the 48 magnets he was talking about.
Yeah.
I think sort of UFOs do work that way, where they've got a magnetic field to where they use our North Pole and South Pole, where they can magnetize the unit itself, and that's how they travel.
Yeah, that could
kind of like a pole to pole.
Yeah, that could easily be. I think I think you're on the right track, but I'm cautious about encouraging you. But it sounds like you're going ahead no matter what. So again, I will come and I really will videotape this. This needs to be carefully documented, for one of many reasons. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Yeah, hi. I had a question.
Go ahead. We barely hear you.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm sort of a Star Trek fan, but anyway, wanted to ask the question: what if he ripped open sort of a hole in the universe, and which would cause, this part of the universe to kind of be sucked through it?
In other words, environmental implications.
Well, that would happen. That would happen with a black hole because of intense gravitational field. But this is an electromagnetic field. As far as I know, as long as nobody on the other side came through to this side, nobody on this side came to the other side, nothing would happen. as far as I know.
So it would be a localized effect, and it would not...
Yeah, now if I use gravity instead of electromagnetism, that's another problem, because I read in this book, if you take 1,600 tons of iron, if you could compress it down to the critical diameter for a black hole,
yes,
it'd be quite small. It'd be roughly, about the size of a couple hundred atoms clumped together.
That's small, all right.
It's what would happen, it would eventually, if there ain't no way to contain this thing, if you dropped it, it'd sink to the center of the earth and eventually swallow up the whole darn planet.
Well, I hope that won't happen.
First
time caller line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hello.
Hi, this is Chris from Eastern Kentucky.
Hello, Chris.
Hi, I was just wondering, I don't think anyone's brought this up yet, but you've kind of hit on it here and there with the Philadelphia experiment stuff. But what might be the biological implications to you when you go through it?
Oh, severe. I mean, he could be a French fry.
Well, I mean just beyond that. There's a lot of...
If I make it.
Yeah,
if you make it through, yeah.
Or he could survive it wholly intact. Or he could come out on the other side with a shredded liver. I mean, who knows?
Well, what I'm referring to is the electromagnetic field effects on the human body. There's been a lot of studies on that here,
until it is pretty tense, and it does affect the iron in your blood, so...
Yeah. You might end up,
I don't think it's intense enough to, I never have really bothered to guess, how many gauss it is, but,
Caller, do you think that Madman should be allowed to continue as an entrepreneur, since he has not taken anything, or B, arrested, or C, institutionalized?
Well, personally, I think he should be allowed to go ahead and go through with this. I mean, he's not hurting anybody but himself if anything does go wrong.
True.
And if he were to just have been very quiet about this and not let anyone know about it...
Well, he was. He was. I mean, let's be fair.
Until he got arrested, no one knew about it.
See, that's right. Until the police moved in on him for appropriating those transformers. He hadn't told a soul about any of this.
Well, one couple other people.
Well, what I mean is you weren't in the media, and you weren't certainly contacted by me until the Kansas City newspaper article appeared.
Yeah.
So he was not seeking publicity until the whole police thing.
Well, that kind of backfired too. I didn't want publicity then. Basically, I thought I went ahead and told them about it because I thought don't think I'm a nutcase and stick me in a nut house, because I was pretty sure I was going to get a prison sentence at the time.
Well, I don't think you're a nutcase. I think you've got some very strong
ideas.
I
don't think I'm a nutcase either. I was just thinking, maybe they'll think I'm a nutcase. But it didn't quite work out that way.
I'm sure there'll be a percentage of people that feel that way.
Yeah.
But like I said, you're not hurting anyone. And had you not been caught by the police, no one would have known about it.
Don't you agree, caller, that I should videotape it?
Oh, yes, certainly. And I think that you should make that videotape available to your listeners.
You know I will.
And I'm a fairly new listener, only the last couple of weeks, and I'm just, I love the show.
And I'm really serious when I say either look. It's going to document what he has done. I mean, if the guy just disappears without a trace, then we've got something on our hands.
Yeah, definitely.
If he vaporizes and all there's left is madman dust on the floor, then we have a memorial to a brave man who followed his heart, his instincts.
And I think he should do one thing before he steps through it. I think he should patent his setup and make his blueprints available to your listeners.
Then you could sell it as either a time travel machine or an improvement on the Kevorkian method.
Yeah. You could do a lot of things with it. Somebody may be able to look at your blueprint
while you're at it.
I'm sorry?
That I'll microcremate you while you're at
it. That's right. And you have no idea how much money that kind of thing normally would cost. And your machine could run them through like that. All right, listen, we got a break here. Caller, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madman, hold on. We'll do one more half hour, okay?
Okay.
Madman Marcum is my guest. We will be back. The audience may be reminded that the Sony Corporation began in a garage in Tokyo. Madman has a garage in St. Joseph, Missouri. there something is destined to occur that one way or the other will change his life or even end it. And we will be there, videotaping it. All right, Madman, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. Hello, Art and Madman. I had a thought for you. What if you build this thing, get it all set up, turned on, and before you're able to walk through it, something or someone comes through from the other side? Had you thought about that?
It's ran through my mind a few times.
And then he goes on to suggest, also, Art, since you're going to be there, why don't you tie a rope or maybe a cable to Madman? Then a few seconds after he walks through, you can pull him back. Maybe a rope, but on no metal cables. Sorry. Is that a good idea, Madman?
Heck, actually, I might, as long as it's tied to me, I might be able to, that's one way to come back and stay in the same universe, so to speak. Because I'm thinking as long as you got something tethered to you and it's...
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, and just one more thing, then we'll go back to the phones. Art, you might want to remind Madman, this is friendly advice, not to wear button-fly jeans when he walks through his device. Metal buttons and 3 million volts do not mix. That's from Michael in West Seattle, and that, of course, would be a horrible tragedy, too horrible to even contemplate. So, I mean, they are really right. You wouldn't want to wear a pair of pants with a metal fly or buttons. You're going to be want to dress. You're going to be want to be.
Well, actually, it's going to be like it'll probably be something like similar to a diver suit. Of what I'm thinking.
That'd be ideal.
Yeah, like covered in rubber.
Ideal. Totally non-conductive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. You're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Yeah, I talked to you the first time that I had heard you on Art Bell. I called you up, and I know you had gotten a lot of calls because you were kind of tired, I think, when I called you.
Yeah.
But you had said a few things to me, and I was just a number of things I'd like to ask you real quick here. One of the things you said about now, I think you had said it on the last broadcast about a couch disappearing.
Yeah.
Did you tell me that, or was that on the radio?
Or you must have told. I don't remember that. So.
I probably just told you that.
Well, tell him. Wait. Caller, wait. Madman, what do you mean a couch disappeared?
That happened in front of 4 witnesses too.
What?
Well, I didn't really think a whole lot of it, but I figured something like one of my friends was playing a joke. We were at a party.
Yeah.
But anyhow, this was. This wasn't too long after I got the utility transformers. Basically, about a week later, me and 3 other friends were basically like partying. A friend of mine stands on the couch, reaches over the counter, get a beer. Okay, then they go back, and that was roughly 7 o'clock. Okay, at 7:20, another friend of mine goes, "Hey, Mike, where's your couch?" And I wasn't. This was like in the room next to where I was, like the room over from the room I was in.
Right.
I go over there and my couch's not there, so I figured, well, they're playing a joke on me. But anyhow, so I searched for the couch, like I searched all over the house, can't find it. A couch is hard to hide.
That's what I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I couldn't find it anywhere, so I figured, well, maybe they took it outside. But there's only like the front door. I just seen them carried out that. I don't think they couldn't. They'd had trouble carrying it out the back because there was transformers sitting there.
Big ones, yeah. So when did the couch reappear?
It never did.
You mean this couch to this day is gone?
Well, if it ever did reappear, basically, from the last thing I heard was that house where I was living at before I moved to St. Joe.
Yeah.
Well, I moved out and some other people took that house over. Well, that house burnt down. So.
They didn't blame it on you, did they?
No, I was nowhere near there.
All right. Caller, go ahead.
Another thing, too, that you had said, which I thought was kind of interesting, was, and you said it to me, and I don't know if you feel, I don't know what you would say about it, about the psychics. Remember you said that they had kind of like forecasted, or told you some things growing up? There was a couple times you had talked to them and they said something to you about the timeline. Do you remember saying anything about that? Are you there?
Madman?
Huh?
Do you remember anything about...
Something about psychics?
About psychics, and they kind of looked into your future, and there was like 3 different ones over a period of growing up years.
No, basically, I just asked them when I was going to die, and all that was roughly the same thing.
What did they say?
They said one said I was going to be 87, the other said I was going to die in 2060, and so basically the other one said roughly the same thing.
So what do they know?
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
caller.
One more thing.
Yeah.
This Jacob's ladder concept, I kind of feel, biblically, you look back in the Bible about the Tower of Babel, and it said that they were trying to build a tower to heaven, and that God had confounded the languages because they could have done it. And I almost think that this kind of like a Stargate kind of concept, this, scholars have said that was some kind of a Stargate where they were actually trying to get into a heavenly realm by building this tower, whether it was the pyramids or it was some kind of a...
Well, it may take them to heaven. All right, caller. Thank you very much. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Hi, Art. Hi, Madman.
Yes, hi.
Just real quick, if the Philadelphia experiment really did happen, the government picked up a lot of it. Oh, by the way, my name's Pete in Anchorage.
Yes, Pete, Anchorage, Alaska.
Okay. If they really did do the experiments, they gathered a lot of information. You wonder what they've been doing for the last 45, 50 years with that information.
You betcha.
The other thing...
but without access to it, even though I know it sounds crazy, somehow Madman may be on the right track.
That's what I'm thinking, too.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I used to work with high voltage transformers in Connecticut, and when you put a heavy current to this copper and everything, it induces a large current field. What I'm wondering is, how is the rubber suit going to protect him from that?
All right, it's a valid question.
Oh, as far as the magnetic field?
Yeah, well, and the high voltage, yeah.
Like I said, if I use like the tube, like the more or less the tube within a tube deal.
Yeah.
Basically, well, as long as that's arcing, as long as I don't touch it, odds are as long as it's grounded, it's not going to arc me. Just stop and arc me, especially when I go through this thing, I'm not going to be touching the ground. I'm going to be in midair.
Midair.
Yeah.
In other words, you're going to have to almost jump through.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, hold on, Madman. We'll be right back. With his new expanded plans, and actually it's more than plans, Madman, about how far done toward the, what I'm calling Stargate, how far done are you?
Let's see, so far I got 2 of the circles done, working on my 3rd, and I got 7 to do. Other than that, let's see.
The transformers?
All those are done.
All done?
Yeah. More or less all I got is electromagnets. And then I got like a bunch of experimenting to do.
So we could be a month away from a call for the videotaping.
Yeah. If everything goes, all goes well.
Yeah, okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Where are you, sir?
I am in Lakewood, Ohio.
All right.
Okay, my question has been previously addressed. I was just wondering, if it is a door that you could travel through, and then once you get there you could travel back, wouldn't something possibly come through just on coincidence?
Yeah, that'd be you wouldn't want that.
Like Pandora's box, possibly?
Yeah. No, like somebody from the other side sneak through back to here?
Yeah, just on coincidence of the space where it opened.
Or something.
Like something could be going through that space where it opened.
Oh, yeah, that could be true, like open right in front of an airplane or something.
Anything.
That's an awful thought.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be something that we could, that just could destroy the world.
So what would do you urge him to slow up and not do this?
No, not at all. I mean, I just don't think it's possible because...
Well, all right. Let me rephrase the question. When Michael walks through this, what do you think will happen?
I really don't know, because I think if time travel had been possible, we would have evidence that someone in the future had been come back. I mean...
So you think he's
going to... Well, maybe, no, that's another possibility. Maybe they can figure out how to go forward and come back from the point they left, but can't go backwards.
So you think he's going to be charcoal?
I don't know if anything's going to happen at all.
Well, no, something will happen.
I just think had there been time travel possible, we'd have evidence.
Oh, look, that's a defeatist kind of attitude, isn't it, Madman?
Yeah.
I mean, how are we to know until we try? to just, one thing's for damn sure, and that is, I would say, the only thing that won't happen is nothing. Something with 3 million volts and those rotating magnetic fields, sure as hell, something's going to happen. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Yes, Art, this is Sharon in Sacramento.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi. I have a real technical, or limited technical awareness here, but concerning the mental and biological concerns, I just wanted to mention that Preston Nichols in the fourth Montauk book
Right.
Inadvertently discovered that titanium has shielding properties against detrimental frequencies. And I was thinking maybe he could wear a head shield of some sort under his rubber suit.
Oh, I think he plans a head shield.
Well, I got one, but it's not made out of it ain't made out of titanium. It's made out of sheet tin, but.
Okay, well, it was the special properties of titanium that
Yeah.
I think were important there. And I think what you're doing is wonderful. I wish you the very best, and I believe that there's a lot of energy in our mental focus, and would just suggest that as you move on through this, that you focus your intention on experiencing the highest possibilities, not ignoring other possibilities, but that intention needs to be real clear that way.
Well, one thing's for sure. If he fries, we will memorialize him on this show, and we will be sure the videotape is circulated as a great memorial to him, won't we, ma'am?
Amen.
All right. Amen. That's a good way to end the call. Amen. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Where are you, please?
Hi, this is Mark in Little Rock.
Hello, Mark.
How you doing?
Okay.
Hi, Mad Mike. I wanted to say that a caller called in earlier and was trying to he asked a question was association with time and travel. I think the answer to that could be that we only know about existence as life and existence as death, and I guess he's trying to figure out is there anything else out there besides that, or is there any distance in between?
Well, you may be talking to the man who's going to find that out.
And I just wanted to say, man, you got some guts, man. I wish you the best.
All right.
All right, thanks.
There you are. A lot of support, Madman. Are you surprised?
I had quite a bit last time. Heck, well, when I was on the show last time, the first call was like, well, basically, some lady thought I was going right to Antarctica. I'm the one who wrote the Antarctica cookbook or something, but.
Yeah, well, they know better than that now. But, I mean, there's a lot of support. I'm amazed. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
Sacramento, California.
All right, you're on the air.
Well, a couple of things. I wanted to ask him why he was doing this, and the other thing is he planning to go back in time or forward in time?
Well, he thinks forward. Let's deal with your first question. It really is a good one, Madman. Why are you doing this? Are you driven? Is it a compulsion?
Well, it's just something I discovered, and I'm just seeing where I can take it.
Is it like something that... Now, I've seen your plans escalate from the little model to the big model, now to the Stargate model, I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
And
then there's going to be the Stargate model, hopefully, later on.
Exactly. So
Big Stargate model.
Exactly. Well, this is big. Now, I think what you're doing now is gigantic.
Well, it's, also, I'm working with 3 million volts right now, but hopefully, if everything works out good, I'll be playing with 80 million volts eventually. That's about as high as it'll get with all of our current insulating materials we got now.
You may or may not even determine that much voltage is needed. I mean, for all you know, you're using 10 times what you're going to need.
Well, it's like one theoretical physicist said I need at least 40 million, but basically I'm on a limited budget now, so I'd have to settle for 3.
But I mean, this could blow you right into the 25th century.
Yeah.
All right, first-time caller line. You're on the air with Madman Marcum. Hello?
Oh, hello.
Yes, you're on the air, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida.
All right.
You were talking about how and figure out ways to make sure it worked.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, get a cat, a radio transmitter, and...
Why not a dog?
Well, anything really that'll, travel.
Dogs make more noise. They bark a lot. I mean, maybe you can hear the dog on the other side barking or whining.
No, what I meant was...
A cat might just go to the other side and sit there like cats do,
well, you get like 2 stopwatches, start them both at the same time, attach one to the cat, and a radio transmitter.
I don't like this cat idea.
Well, see, the idea is when you find the cat, if you find the cat, if it really works, the stopwatches will be different.
Yeah, that would be true. But Madman, I really do recommend a dog. I mean, cats it's for example, when you say to a cat, come, it doesn't come.
No.
So if the cat was on the other side, it might just sit there, or for all you know, it'd get on the other side and find a extra-dimensional bird, and that would be the last you'd heard of that cat.
Yeah.
It'd be gone. At least a dog, you'd say, come on back here, Rover, and he'd be back. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Madman Marcum.
Art, this is Brian from Oahu.
Hello.
Hey, I need to ask you something.
Yes.
Is this thing going to generate a lot of heat?
Good question. Madman?
Well, let's see. Well, since the current of the spark's only 3 milliamps, I doubt it. Now, as far as the electromagnets go, they'll be running pretty warm.
Yeah, well, what I'm wondering about is, maybe I not wear this rubber suit, and you're going to get a lot of resistance and a lot of heat, and I wouldn't want that melting to you, and especially this tan shield you're talking about.
Well, if I use like the tube within a tube version, basically,
He does have a point. I mean, what if the rubber suit literally melted into your skin? God.
Man, use Nomex. Just get one made, have the zippers pulled out of an old flight suit down in military surplus. Hey, the other thing, I got to go real quick. I know you got a lot of people want to talk to you. Also, the videotape. I don't know. I can't remember exactly how videotape works, but with that type of magnetic field, you may not be able to get.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take videotape. We'll take digital cameras. We'll take movie. We'll do it right.
Yeah, and one last thing.
Yes.
I know some people mentioned this Montauk project. I heard something about an alternative 1, 2, and 3, and then Philadelphia experiment all tied in.
Yep.
There was supposed to have been an underground experiment, okay, and apparently something happened to where it scared them enough that they filled this whole thing in with concrete and then stayed away. Now, that's the government, right?
I've heard that.
Yeah. Now, if they were worried that you were going to be opening up something that they were scared enough to put concrete in, they'd stop you. Or if they realized that you weren't on the right track, they'd leave you alone.
All right. That's true. Listen, Madman, we're coming to the end. We got to go. But I want you to give out your address for everybody again, all right? Because there's a lot of people who want to contact you.
Okay.
Before you go, so to speak. So, what is your address?
It's 209.5.
Actually, it's Mike Marcum, right?
Yeah, Mike Marcum.
M-A-R-K-U-M.
C-U-M.
M-A-R-C-U-M.
Yeah, U-M.
M-A-R-C-U-M.
Yeah.
Okay, and the address?
209, 1/2.
209 and 1/2.
South 13th Street.
South 13th Street, right?
Yeah, St. Joseph.
Right.
Missouri. 64501.
64501. So instead of being up 3 days taking phone calls, you will respond to their letters?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And do you need any help? You need a big capacitor, right?
Yeah, I need let's see. The main thing I'm needing right now is for the output of the cascade multiplier, I need like a really big capacitor to take down the ripple of the output.
How big?
10,000 volt, let's see, at about 25,000 microfarad.
Wow. That is going to be a big capacitor.
Yeah, and now I've seen in a few that, like AC oil capacitors that utility company uses them, they don't want to part with them, but those are AC oil, and I need like the electrolytic type.
Well, look, you're reaching a big audience. Somebody will come up with one for you. Do not go appropriate one.
Oh, heck no.
All right, those days are over, right?
Yeah.
All right, Mike. Thank you, Mike, and it's been a pleasure having you here. Don't forget, call me before you leap.
I will.
All right. That's like call before you dig, only in this case, call before you leap. That, folks, is Madman Marcum. Affectionate term. Thomas Edison or loony bin material, who knows? This is CBC.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning as the case may be across all these many time zones. And welcome to another edition of Coast to Coast AM, live talk radio throughout the nighttime. Good to be here. We're going to do something a little different first. You may recall, I think it was the end of last week. Yes, it was, Saturday morning. I read you a story that was faxed to me by somebody in Columbia, Missouri, and I thought it incredible. The story is entitled, Kansas City Man Tries to Build Time Machine on Porch. Now, in case you don't remember the general tenure of the article, I'm going to remind you now. Kansas City Associated Press. When a Missouri factory worker set out to make a time machine on his back porch, the contraption he came up with was not completely off the mark, theoretically, according to scientists. With a high-voltage electrical transformer that Michael Marcum had hooked up to 2 vertical metal rods would more likely have killed him or blown up his house than carried him into the past or future. Time travel, though enticingly possible in the mathematics of Einstein's theory of relativity, is not likely in the physical universe, they say. They go on, quote, it is a very interesting area, though. There are theoretical physicists working on those areas, and I will not say that it's total nonsense. This was according to the chairman at the physics department at the University of Missouri at Kansas City. But he went on, it's not something that you can demonstrate with batteries. And I guess that was Michael's problem. So are the Stanberry police, who say the voltage that Marcum had diverted into the contraption caused power interruptions in and around the northwest Missouri town of about 1,300. Marcum had connected the metal rods to the terminals of a transformer, one of 6 stolen from a utility company, in hopes of creating a large spark gap with ascending electrical arcs. Marcum was arrested January 29th on a felony charge of stealing the transformers from a St. Joseph Light and Power generating station in King City. He pleaded guilty last month, was placed on 5 years probation. Police said the transformers had a capacity of 12 to 76,000 volts each, enough to easily cause electrocution or an explosion. Marcum, who told police that he has 2 years of college-level electrical engineering, said he was building a time machine, but didn't have enough power for it. That's according to the Stanberry police chief, Tom Hampton. Hampton said, quote, he's not nuts. He appears to be an intelligent person with a lack of common sense. Maybe. Hampton said Marcum told officers he had not tried to enter the spark gap, and neither had anyone else. If anyone had, they probably would have been electrocuted, not transported in time. Presumably, he decided that if he got enough electricity together, he could build a time machine, because there is the concept that if you're going to do it, it's going to require an enormous amount of energy. So there it was, and you know me and these kinds of stories and how I'm fascinated by time. So I set out to find young Mr. Marcum, and I found him. It wasn't easy. I went through a couple of our affiliates, and then I just started going to phone directories and rooting about, and lo and behold, there was a new number, and it was Michael's, and I've got Michael here. And so I thought I would ask him, and I did a little earlier today, and we're going to go through it right now and find out exactly what it is Michael was trying to do. We'll get back to him in just a moment. Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
Good. First of all, had you heard that story before? Yeah, the one I just read?
Yeah.
You've heard that, huh?
Yeah. It's like I'm collecting clippings on it now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
How old are you, Michael?
21.
21. Pretty young.
Yeah, very.
Now, let's go kind of back through the story like you and I did earlier today. This all began... Well, why did it... Well, that's a good question. I didn't even ask that. Why did this begin in the first place? What were you trying to do in the first place?
Originally, I just set out to make a fancy Jacob's ladder, and this was like what it turned out to be. I didn't like.
Right, a lot of people don't know what a Jacob's ladder is. Tell them what it is.
Simply, in a nutshell, it's like two metal rods with a spark going up in between it, and once it reaches the top, it starts back to the bottom again.
So that kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Like from a Frankenstein movie.
Yeah, that's where they got started at.
Okay, well, there are ways to do that. The Van de Graaff generator, for example. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
But you were going to do it with, well, actually, how were you going to do it? So you told me something about winding your own transformer?
Yeah, that's what I originally did, and it's like I like used it was like real touchy, and what I did was I used a laser, modified CD laser for it.
Well, let's stay with the transformer for a moment.
Yeah.
How did you wind this transformer? How did you do that?
Oh, well, it's pretty simple, really, but you just take these metal plates and glued them together.
Glued them together, yeah.
Yeah, and in the simplest transformers, there's the two coils, your primary and your secondary.
Right.
And
is it like making a giant ball of string or something? In other words, you just keep winding and winding and winding it around?
Yeah. There's like technical things, but simply put, it's like your primary coil will have like maybe 400 turns, or it depends on how many watts you want to make it to.
Right.
Let's say it's 400 turns in your primary, and there's 4,000 turns in your secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 10 times the turns, then you'll get 10 times the voltage.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you is that about what you did? 400 and 4,000?
Well, the small transformer had to change to 100. I don't know how many turns. I lost count. I never bothered to count the second. About 450 turns in the primary.
So you just kept winding.
Yeah, until I got roughly 20,000 volts.
20,000 volts?
Yeah.
So you went from 110 to 20,000?
Yeah, roughly.
Roughly. All right. Without, I take it, very much current.
Well, actually quite a bit, about roughly, it was drawing about 3,000 watts, so.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was, let's see, it was probably about 1/10 of an amp.
1/10 of an amp, all right. Well,
that's a considerable amount when it's 20,000 volts behind it.
Oh, yeah, that'd knock you right on your butt.
Oh, yeah.
So then you did this, you built this thing, and you had the arc, and you were able to achieve the arc, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so here you have this beautiful arc going, and, or was it not quite going the way you wanted it to?
Well, it was like a little bit it was like kind of touchy, because it's like the bottom of the metal rods.
Right.
Where the spark starts, if they're too close together, the spark will stick. But if they're too far apart, it won't arc at all. So it was like real touchy. If I move it a fraction of a millimeter, the thing stuck, and if I moved it too far apart, it didn't do anything. So what I set out to do was use the heat from a laser to
get it started or something?
Yeah, like get it going by itself.
I see. The heat from a laser. That's interesting. So it would the heat from a laser would attract the spark, sort of?
Well, in a way, the heat from the laser lowers the resistance to the air is what it does.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you got this laser by how'd you get the laser?
Well, I practically made it from scratch. I took a CD laser and redid all the electronics in it, kind of like reinforcing it, you'd say.
A CD laser. So you tore apart a CD player.
Yeah.
and so then you got the laser. Did it do what you wanted it to do? Start the spark?
Yeah. It's like had some other effects I didn't expect.
Well, and therein lies the story. Other effects you didn't expect, like what?
Well, it's like
there's like, that spark's pretty hot, so you're going to have like a heat signature like right above it. But,
You mean kind of like a hazy glow or something?
well, kind of like wavy. If you ever take a lighter and like look right above it, you'll see the heat from it.
That's right.
You know, it's like real faint. But now I was expecting. I knew that it was going to be like probably an extra like a bigger heat signature from the laser, but this one was like strange, like almost right above it. It was like the regular heat signature, but it was like a kind of like, it was like almost kind of like circular shaped in the center.
Sort of like a glow.
Not really a glow. It's like if you don't really look at it, you can't see it. It's like normal. No.
Is it like you know when you're out in the desert in the middle of summer and you see the shimmering coming off a road?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Yeah, but it's like, and normally those are just wavy lines straight up and down, kind of.
Right.
But this one had the straight up and down ones. They were like kind of like circular. It's like kind of like circular shaped in the center.
Huh.
And that was like it's like I didn't know at first I didn't know what it was. I'm not 100% certain now. That's what I'm working on now, trying to.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. You're back at this again?
Huh?
You're back at this again, are you?
Yeah. I'm just like picking up where I left off, but this time I'm like not doing anything illegal.
Now, when I we'll get to that. When I called you earlier today, you said, "Gee, it's well you caught me or something. I just got out of jail."
I got out of jail I got out of jail March 30th. So.
March 30th. Well, that's pretty much just out of jail.
Yeah.
And you're able to do this program tonight because you are more or less not employed.
Yeah, I got all kinds of free time right now.
Were you employed, Michael, at back when you got in trouble?
When I was arrested, yeah, I was.
So
in fact, I was like supposed to go to work the next day.
So in other words,
I got arrested.
So in other words, this cost you your job.
In a way, because there's like other things branching off this, but my boss thought I contaminated his plant with PCBs, but that's another story.
What? I guess from the Transformers, huh?
Yeah, because one of the Transformers that...
Well, wait a minute. We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back. We're with your first small contraption. That's all I can think of to call it. And you told me something about throwing a bolt or a screw or something.
Yeah, a sheet metal screw. See, I didn't know what this thing was, and it was like, I don't know, I just got the notion to throw a screw in it to see, like, what it did. Because I never saw anything like that before. And I was like, kind of like testing it.
Yeah, a screw, I guess, would be as good as anything else.
Yeah.
Mine might do that, too. All right, so you threw a screw into the...
circular thing. Yeah.
Circular area.
Yeah, it's like a couple. I've talked to a couple of physicists. They call it a vortex, but.
All right, you threw it into what we'll call the vortex.
Yeah.
All right, what happened to the screw?
Well, I had this thing setting on a table, right?
Yeah.
And I threw it in there, and I didn't see it after that.
It disappeared?
Yeah, roughly. I did it 3 times. It's like my laser burned up, so I knew it'd do that. I just didn't think it'd do it so quick. But
so it probably provided such a high SWR, it's called, standing wave ratio to the laser, that it burned it up.
Yeah, because I knew it. It's like pushing that farther than it was designed for is what it was.
Mm-hmm. But you're telling me this thing disappeared.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. It did one or two things. It went half a second into the future, and then I caught up with it, or I made like a real intense magnetic field. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
All right, this is fascinating, Michael. It really is, because there are aspects of what you have done that are very much like, I've interviewed the people who did the Philadelphia experiment, Michael.
Yeah, that's what the Montauk Project is.
Yeah, and you're messing with the same sort of stuff. You're messing with the same sort of stuff. Oh, well, anyway, all right, so continue with the story. You got this, it disappeared, you blew up your laser, and then you sat there thinking, wow, I did something different here.
Yeah, it's like it freaked me out. It's like at first I thought I was seeing things, but
So what'd you do, go away and think about it for a day or two or a week, or when did you finally get this brilliant light bulb of an idea to build a larger unit?
well, it's like a half a second is not very much. But I figured if I make a bigger one, it'd send it farther. That way I could really like tell if it's like really like if I was like sending it through time or if I was just sending it through an intense magnetic field.
Well, right. So, but what I mean is, how long did you think about whether you wanted to build a? Did it occur to you right away when you blew up your little one? I'm going to build a bigger one.
First I was like after that thing burned out, after all the smoke cleared.
Smoke.
Yeah.
In other words, there was sort of a reaction to the screw.
Well, no, where the laser, when I say the laser burned up, it literally caught fire, the electronics.
Caught fire.
Yeah.
That's bad. Well, all right, so your equipment was smoldering.
Yeah. And it's like I was thinking about just like rebuilding the laser, because the basic part of the laser's fine, but the part of the electronics, like, they were like totally ruined. And I was thinking,
just rebuild the electronics and try it again.
yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, but I figured because basically I almost have to start from scratch except building the transformer.
Mm-hmm.
But so I figured I'd make just a bigger version of what I did.
So, wanting a big transformer, you needed a lot of voltage to do this, right?
Yeah, 2,000 volts of arc, but it's like 2,000 volts. That's like very touchy.
And 10,000 or 20,000 volts really arcs.
Yeah. Well, it's the wattage to make it arc. A welder will arc when it's only like 10 volts because there's so much amperage behind it. But
that's right. Mm-hmm.
But you have to like get it real close. It's like and it's at 2,000 volts. It has to be within like half the bottom. The space between the rods at the bottom has to be like half a millimeter apart for an arc.
How far apart were your two rods on the first small machine you built?
About 2 inches.
2 inches. Oh, that's pretty good space.
Yeah.
So then it dawns on you, let's build a big one.
Yeah.
So now, I didn't ask you about this earlier, but in order to get enough voltage and current, you needed a big transformer. Now, it's true the power company has big transformers.
Yeah.
Really nice ones.
Yeah.
And how did it dawn on you to, what's the word we should use, borrow one of the, or several of the power company's transformers?
How did I get the idea for it?
Yeah, I mean, you knew you needed a transformer. How did it occur to you?
Well, originally what I was going to do is I was originally going to like buy them. Like there's like a transformer company in Kansas City that makes them for the power company. And
well, there was an idea.
Yeah, but it's like I could have like saved my money and bought those, but those are expensive.
How much is a transformer? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I'll give you an idea. When I buy them from the factory, I buy them at wholesale. But the St. Joseph Light and Power, the power company I stole them from, they valued the 6 transformers I took. They valued them at $13,600 some.
Oh my! So that's not shoplifting. All right, Michael, hold on a moment. We've got a little business to do here, and we'll get right back to you. My guest is a very unusual person. My guest is Michael Marcum, and he's in the business of building a time machine, and now he's going to go to work on it again. Wow. Michael Marcum, back with us in just a moment with more about time travel. Back now to Michael. Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
They don't call you Madman Marcum, do they?
I haven't been called that yet.
I just made that up, Michael. Don't let it bother you. All right, so here we are, wanting now to build our big At this point, what were you calling it, by the way? Obviously, it was no little entertainment thing anymore.
Well, it's like I said, I'm not sure what this thing was. It was either an intense magnetic field or some sort of time machine.
Well, actually, it would have been a combination of electrical and a magnetic field, I guess.
Yeah.
So anyway, plans got big. You decided you wanted to build a great big one. So, according to the story, you had 2 big poles on your porch. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3/8 inch metal rods.
Really? How big?
You mean how long?
Yeah.
Roughly 4 feet.
Oh, that would have made a big spark.
Yep.
Big spark. And so you had the rods, and you needed the transformers desperately.
Yeah.
You probably could have saved up for it, but you didn't. You made a mistake.
Yeah.
And you
in a hurry.
So what did you do? Did you sneak into their yard?
Oh, you mean the...
In other words, how'd you get the transformers? You didn't heist them off a pole, of course.
Oh, heck no. They were noticed immediately. They were gone then. But these were just sitting by a substation in King City.
Just sitting there.
They were just sitting. Yeah, just sitting. They've been sitting there for ever since I moved to Missouri. So.
You hated to see them languishing without use.
Yeah, well, they were just sitting there rusting, and heck, they don't even use them. Heck, in fact, right now they just got them put away for safekeeping. They say so.
Probably historical record.
Yeah, now.
So anyway, what did you do? Take a pickup truck? Those things are heavy, aren't they?
Yeah. The biggest one I had weighed 350 pounds.
Ooh. Well, then you must have had an accomplice.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Couple of them?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't talked to them. Their court date was the same as mine, and they didn't look too happy with me. So.
I'm sure they weren't.
No.
So anyway, somehow you talked them into helping you out in this venture.
Yeah.
And you snuck down there, no doubt, late at night.
Well, it was right in broad daylight.
Broad daylight?
Yeah, roughly 11 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And so in broad daylight, you took the transformers, loaded them up in a pickup truck, I guess?
Yeah.
And hauled them to your house?
Yep.
I see. And you had how many of them?
6.
Why 6, Michael?
Well,
I mean, why did you feel you needed 6?
Well, originally I was just going to take a couple of them, but it's like
You got carried away.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see. All right. So you got the transformers to your house, and then you, I guess, hooked up the secondary. No, it would have been the primary of the transformer to the poles, correct?
Yeah, basically I just hooked it backwards.
Yeah, that's right, backwards. So the primary was hooked to the poles. The secondary, you hooked up to the power coming into your home?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What happened when you did that, by the way?
Well, I didn't get to the big version of it. I didn't get the laser part yet. I was going to order that from New Jersey.
Had you, had you produced a large spark with it?
Yeah. That's another thing too. Before I was like arrested on the 30th, and on February 3rd, I was going to pick up like 60 feet worth of cable so I can reinforce the cable to my house. So.
You mean actually coming in from the pole?
Yeah.
What were you going to do? Climb the pole?
Pretty much.
Oh, Michael.
Because I figured if I called the power company and had them reinforce the cable to my house, I'd like draw suspicion. So.
Well, I'm sure it would. Yes, it would. It would want to know why.
Yeah, why I need a cable that carries 2,000 amps instead of the usual 200.
Now, so you did though. You nevertheless hooked it up and you turned it on, didn't you?
Yeah, I hooked up the smallest one that I could hook up without like overloading the cable and causing a fire.
Yeah. What happened?
Well, it's pretty. Just that in itself is just like a giant Jacob's ladder, like a.
How far apart were you able to get these poles and still produce the spark?
About 18 inches.
18 inches.
Yeah, it was it was the smallest one I had. It was changed 240 to 12,470.
12,470. So when you did this, according to the newspaper, you blacked out or browned out portions of your whole town. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was like overloading the power grid because I was drawing more power than I thought it was.
Well, what got you caught? Was that what got you caught?
No. In a nutshell, a friend of mine was at my house. Well,
somebody squealed on you.
I don't know what happened, but exactly, and I'll probably never know. That's in the past. I ain't really worried about that now. But what happened was a friend of mine, like from my house, shot a BB gun, like shot out my next door neighbor's sliding glass door window.
Oh.
Yeah, and I got the cops snooping around. So.
And they just happened to see this incredible rig on your porch.
No, they came. That happened at roughly. I can't remember. This was back in the end of January. That happened around noon or 1 o'clock or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they came by with a search warrant at 11 o'clock at night.
So obviously they had seen it then, and they decided.
Well, they'd never been in the house.
Right, but they didn't have to be to see the porch, did they?
Well, it was like the porch was closed in. And all the windows were boarded up.
Oh, I see.
Like stuff like that, like try to keep out of sight.
Could it be? I guess, Michael, when you started a big gap, an 18-inch gap like that, it would have created an intense white light.
Well, let's see, it was a 5,000 watt spark, so it was.
It would have been very intense, and
yeah, it's like
maybe from your neighbor's perspective, Michael, they would hear this, and their lights would dim, and they'd look over at they'd look over at your porch, and they'd see this white light streaming out from all the little cracks and places, and they'd get worried. Could that be?
That's a possibility.
All right.
So, no, the main thing they were like, it's like that's the reason. That's one of the reasons I moved from Stanberry, because half that town wants my head on a pole. I have the feeling.
You mean they don't like you now?
Well, it's like I don't know if this is just another unfounded rumor or not, but like a lot of those people's television sets are ruined and stuff like that because I was like drawing so much power, and it was like normally it's between 110 and 120 volt outlet, and well, it's like they were estimating. This is what I've heard. I don't know if it's a fact or not, but they were estimating I was like bringing it down to like 80 volts, 80 and 90 volts.
That is damaging to electronic gear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of people in town with appliances that now are door stops are probably not happy with you.
Yeah, pretty much. Most of them, most of it is just like lights would flicker and like dim real bad and stuff like that. But evidently, it's people that were just happening to be watching TV when I operated it. They operated that thing at night too, so
yes.
That way, not a whole lot of people were like. I hadn't see at first when I hooked this thing up. I thought it was a 5,000 watt spark. I figured it'd be these transformers ain't as efficient as I first thought they would be. Yeah, well, it was like drawing a heck of a lot more than I thought.
A lot more current?
Yeah.
Yeah. You weren't going to walk into the middle of that spark gap, were you?
No. I was like, made the big version. If it did the same thing, I was like going like throw something else for it, like not something that's like
something a little bigger than a screw to disappear, maybe.
Yeah, like maybe an orange or something like that. And if it came out like in one piece without getting fried to crisp,
then you would have walked in?
Well, there's other things too. It's like the Philadelphia experiment. People were like, from what I've heard, people were
buried in the deck.
Yeah, embedded in walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you can't tell where you're coming back out.
Yeah, because you lose your time lock, but.
Would you have eventually done it if the orange came out okay, and then maybe you tossed a cat in or something? The cat came out.
I was going to say that, but I figured.
You were going to toss a cat in.
Well, if everything else came out all right, like totally unscathed.
Then the cat would have gone in.
I'd probably try something that was alive and small, like a grasshopper or something like that.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Before the cat.
Yeah.
All right, Michael, hold on. We'll be right back to you. We're going to find out what he's experimenting with right now, and I may take a couple calls here. All right, Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
Good. Michael, now you're a free man again, out of the pokey, and ready to begin experiments I've just learned all over again. You're going to do this again, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Well, you don't give up easily, I'll say that for you.
Nope.
By the way, what did everybody think of you when you were in jail? I assume you told them this story.
Well, until the media started taking it seriously, everybody thought I was a nutcase.
Mm-hmm. You sound sane to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
A little on the wild side, but sane. Anyway, so what are you going to do now? How are you going to rebuild it, in other words?
Right now I'm just basically saving my money and do what I originally set out to do, buy them.
You're going to buy the transformers?
Yep.
What would be the legality of your using them if you bought them? Would that be perfectly legal?
Should be. I mean, as long as I don't might get into EPA violations if I take them apart and get oil all over the place and stuff like that, but as long as I don't do anything like that.
You mentioned you lost your job. How did your employer think you polluted his workplace with PCPs? I mean, you had not taken these apart, right?
Well, one of them I couldn't use, and I didn't really want to take it back there and get caught taking it back, so figured I might as well strip the copper out of it and sell the copper.
So you took it apart?
Yeah, and I didn't really just dump it on the porch. That was kind of like an accident, but I was taking the oil and putting it in a plastic wastebasket. Well, it's this was only a 3,000 watt transformer. That's pretty small for a pole, utility pole. Mm-hmm. But it weighs 150 pounds, and I was the only one doing it, and my finger slipped, and I ended up dropping it and dumping 10 gallons of oil all over the back porch.
Oops.
Yeah, and anyway, I ended up getting it all over me too because it splattered, and evidently anyhow, it's got all the back porch. Well, anyhow, the shoes that I was wearing at the time are also the shoes that I wear to work. And he thought I tracked PCBs into where he used to work. He thought I tracked them into his plant. Tracked PCBs in his plant.
I see. So that was the end of your job.
Well, he didn't really say that, but I have that feeling. Because he asked me who and all was in my house, who and all was around those transformers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Has the EPA knocked on your door yet, Michael?
No. It turns out it turns out the transformer I took apart. I tried telling them that, they wouldn't take my word for it. The transformer I took apart is too old. It was so darned old. It was too old. There was 4 PCBs were around. It turned out just to be plain old crude oil.
Oh, I'm sure you were personally relieved a little about that.
Well, it's I was almost certain that was all it was, because I'll put it this way: the last time that the transformer was even checked was in 1924. So
I see. Well, so you're going to try this again. You're going to save up money, buy the stuff, and try it again. Are you going to do it on the big scale the way you did last time?
Yeah, pretty much. It'll just right now,
going to be on your back porch?
I'm living in an apartment right now, and I'm on the 3rd floor too, so I'll probably move before I do that.
That might be good.
Yeah.
That might be good. That might not go well in an apartment.
Yeah. Plus the power that's going to my apartment is only 10,000 watts. So if I draw more than that, I'll overload the transformer and blow it.
Just a theoretical question for you. Let's say that you produced a time machine, Michael, and you actually managed to go either forward or reverse in time. What would you use it for?
The time machine?
Uh-huh.
Heck, there's possibilities are endless. Pretty much.
Yeah, I guess they are. I guess I'm asking, Michael, would you use it to make money?
That'd be one of the things I'd do. It wouldn't be the only thing I'd do. I mean, give an example. Right now there's like an AIDS plague, kind of like a 20th century Black Death, but
that's right.
You know, so I don't know exactly when they're going to have like a vaccine for AIDS or anything like that,
but you might try to bring one back.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Michael,
Same thing with cancer and stuff like that.
Well, it's true. It is true. Let me bring a caller on and see. Every line is lit up here, and I'm curious what the audience has to say about this. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Yes, hi, it's Maureen from Redding, California.
Yes.
Hi. Unless I'm misunderstanding your guest there and yourself, I am just really blown away by exactly what you have been talking about, because I've always been real impressed with you, Art, as far as I've always thought you as to be a person of high intelligence, what have you. Your guests you've had on your show in the past, I've always been impressed with that, but this has got to be the lamest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You don't believe it?
Well, it's basically let's teach somebody how to make an atomic bomb, what have you.
What do you think about that, Michael? How do you feel about that? Would you build an atomic bomb if you could?
Build an atomic bomb? No, I doubt it.
See, he wouldn't go for an atomic bomb, ma'am. He's talking about time travel. Now, what's so bad about that?
Well,
I mean, do you think it's dangerous or what?
No, well, I think it's just very dangerous as far as I'm sure some of the listeners that you have.
Okay. Maybe this will help. Ma'am. Listen, everybody. Do not try this at home.
Well, see, basically, you're going step by step by step.
That's right.
With him.
We absolutely are. That's right.
Why are you doing that?
Well, why do you think? Are you worried that somebody's going to do this at home and fry themselves?
Of course. There's idiots out there in the world.
Well, yeah, but ma'am, there are people. I could interview somebody who walked off a cliff. Do you think that would mean that my listeners would walk off a cliff?
I really doubt you would have a guest on there who would try to walk off a cliff. I have always looked at you.
But what I'm saying is,
my opinion of you has always been a person. I really admire you, Art Bell.
Now you're disappointed.
And I enjoy your show, and you're a very intelligent human being. And I'm totally blown away that you would have somebody such as the guest you have on tonight.
Why?
And I'm sorry if I'm.
Well, the question is why.
Because of the subject that you are discussing.
Yes.
Basically, there are adults out there in this world who have a childlike mind who will be ignorant enough to try this kind of thing at home.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Michael?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold you over a little bit. This is too much fun. Now, tell him, Michael, say, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
Thank you, Michael. Stand by. We're going to do a little news, and we'll be right back. Good morning. I have a guest, and his name is Michael Marcum. Affectionately, we'll call him Madman Marcum. And he's in Missouri. I think he's in Missouri. And Michael, I read the story last week, and I'm not going to go through it again, but it's entitled Kansas City Man Tries to Build Time Machine on Porch. Now, long story short, he built a small... well, it wasn't supposed to be a time machine to begin with. It was just supposed to produce an arc and be cool. And his small model, which he used a laser from a CD to cause the spark to begin to move up Jacob's ladder. That's what it's called, Jacob's ladder. When he got it all going, he noticed a very strange, sort of shimmery effect above the arc, and he threw a screw into it, common screw, and the screw disappeared. Well, now we're into something else. So our hero, Michael, went over to the power company and stole 6 power transformers, which he then hooked up to his line at home and made a giant model on his back porch using 2 gigantic poles, about 4 feet high. And he got himself a big Jacob's ladder. He also ruined a number of appliances, browned out most of the town that he lives in, and that, of course, is where the police entered the picture and appropriated Michael's transformers. He lost his job. He went to jail. He's recently out. I somehow found him yesterday. We've been interviewing him for an hour, and we will continue to do so in a moment. Every line is jam-packed full, so a lot of people want to talk to Michael. A couple of faxes that have come in. Here's one. Art, all my life, I've been reading books and collections of unsolved mysteries and events. Several times, I've come across a story about archaeologists discovering a perfectly machined, completely modern sheet metal screw. This screw was embedded in a piece of quartz that is at least 10 million years old. This has always been a totally unexplainable, unsolved mystery until tonight. Dave in New Brownville, Texas. Then this, great show, Art. If time travel is possible, be aware the Earth, solar system, and universe are traveling thousands of miles per hour. If Michael's screws traveled through time, they'd be far from here in space. That's from Albany, Oregon. And this, I'm going to fax a diagram to you, basically what your guest is talking about, except that it will not work with electrical energy. A massive power source, such as your guest is speaking about, would create something that is more than anyone at this time would want to deal with. This system was being played with in Colorado without getting into names using low-frequency EMF. This, hey Art, I think the time machine idea is interesting, but did the bolt come back exactly the same? Was the bolt analyzed to see if the material had changed at all? And on and on and on. I've got a whole pile of faxes here. Michael, did anybody analyze the bolt?
No. I was just by looking at it, it weighed the same, it looked the same, it looks exactly the way it did before I threw it in.
So the bolt literally disappeared from view. I mean, when you threw it in and it went into the field, Michael, it, in other words, it disappeared. When it came back, was it still suspended in air, and then did it drop down, or what?
Well, like I said, this thing was like sitting on a table, right? Normally when you like throw something, it'll like follow a parabola and land.
That's right.
Well, I didn't see it like go through the air. I just saw it appear on the table.
Wow. So, in other words, you threw it, and in midair, it literally disappeared, and when next you saw it, it was laying on the table.
Yeah, and I did that 3 times because I figured, well, maybe I'd like miss seeing it like go through the air.
And the 3rd time you did it, I take it that's when your laser blew up.
Yeah. I was like going through that several times. I was like want to like turn it off and borrow a camcorder and get it on tape.
Oh boy, I wish you'd done that.
Yeah, but
sure you do too.
Yeah.
These are always things though that you think about later. Let's keep perusing the phone lines here and see what people have to say about us. It's really interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum. Hi.
Hi, this is Stanbury, Missouri.
Are you
arresting officer?
Oh, you are the
Tom Hampton.
Hi, Mike. How you doing, boy?
Hey, you still got my diary, don't you?
You bet. Sitting here on the desk.
You are the arresting officer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be darned.
Wow.
It's
great to meet you. I don't know if it's great for Michael. Are you guys friends?
Well, are we friends, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of.
Well, listen, maybe, officer, you can give us all of this from your perspective. What did you find when you arrived at Michael's house?
Well, we knocked on the door. There was 8 of us in the 13.
8 of you?
Yes. There's one officer in Stanbury, then we had county deputies and Missouri Highway Patrol to assist.
Let me back up a little, officer. You got a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, because you suspected something was going on. What was the basis of the warrant? What did you think was going on there?
We had received information that Michael had these transformers in his residence, and that they had been stolen. And after checking checking with my local utility, which we have our own utility service here in Stanbury, we found out they weren't from here. We checked with St. Joe Light and Power out of King City. And the man didn't know they were gone until we called him. And that's where we found out they were stolen. And we had, with the information we had, it gave us enough information to go ahead and get a search warrant.
So you got access to the resident with a warrant, and look, what did you find?
Oh, we found Michael asleep. Sorry, we had to wake him up. But we found the transformer he'd made into a piggy bank in the, I guess you'd call it a dining room. On the back porch was the transformer that he'd used to make his Jacob's ladder. And then there were 4 more transformers in a secondary bedroom.
Uh-huh. And so then off Michael went to the Pokey, I presume.
Yes, went to the, as we call it, the Albany Hilton. County Jail.
Well, this is quite an incredible story. How did you feel that, I mean, did you think you were dealing with a madman or what?
No, I had met Mike, I guess by the second day after he came into the state on another search warrant deal.
I see.
And talked to him just a little bit that day. He appeared to be an intelligent person, what I considered above average intelligence on some things. And then he was here in Stanbury. I had calls because people didn't know who he was, a stranger from out of town.
He says he's not particularly welcome in that town now, that a number of people feel as though their appliances may have gone belly up because of his experiments.
Well, I haven't personally had any comments of that nature. I did hear your earlier part of your broadcast where he browned out the majority of town, which was not right. It was just a small section, approximately 2 blocks, where we had a little problem where the lights would flicker and brown out a little bit.
Had this been occurring frequently?
No, it actually hadn't. It happened a few times, and it quit happening. We found out from Mike that he moved his experiment to later at night when people wouldn't notice it.
Wise decision. This is quite a story, officer. I'm absolutely glad you called. Michael, is there anything you'd like to ask him, or the other way around? Are you suggesting that Michael should not proceed to try this again?
I personally wouldn't, because of all the hazards involved. Electricity is a very dangerous toy.
Indeed.
And it's just one slip and it's your last slip. I wouldn't do it. Well, I did like his electric cigarette lighter he had. You might have him explain that to you.
His electrical cigarette lighter?
Yes.
All right. Officer,
the one I made out of the microwave?
Yeah.
Officer, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate you calling the arresting officer in the case. Wow. All right, Michael, what about your cigarette lighter? What's this?
Heck, I still got it now, but basically I turned my microwave. It's still a microwave, but I made a cigarette lighter out of it, too.
Out of what?
My microwave.
Your microwave oven?
Yeah. There's like a transformer inside that, and basically.
You like transformers, don't you, Michael?
Yeah, it's kind of like I guess you'd call it a hobby. That's like I've always been interested in. That's like I've always been interested. Heck, I've been interested in those things since I was like 12 or 13. So.
You know, there were physicists in this article who commented that you were actually more or less on the right track. I mean, they sort of, even though they didn't think you should be doing it, they more or less endorsed the direction you were going in with regard to time travel.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of with you. I mean, I know the young lady and the officer are saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Yeah.
But
well, they're afraid I'm going turn myself into fried bacon or something.
Well, of course, and you may.
Yeah.
You may. I mean, there is that risk, isn't there?
Yeah, because with high voltage, you don't have to touch it. You just get too close to it, and you're a goner.
You get in the corona, and that's all she wrote.
Yep.
And that's actually what you were talking about doing ultimately, getting in that corona.
Yeah.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum. Hello.
Armeister, Sky.
Yes.
In New Orleans.
New Orleans, yes.
Yes, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah, first off, I think I'd like to party with you, dude. What I like about him, he's asking two of my favorite questions of all time. What if we try this, and also why not?
It really is true. And with a comment of the physicist here in the article, I mean, I really do understand his investigative, curious mind. I'm very much the same way.
Right, because anything's possible unless it's already been proven physically not to be possible. But just a couple comments and then one question. One, I hope you take in and leaving very good notes, because, you may send yourself into the wild blue yonder.
Yeah.
And someone can maybe pick up where you left off, even though we would say we'd miss you.
Yeah.
And next thing is, if you do see yourself making progress, I'm sure you'll be taking everything, wisely and step by step. Do not let any kind of big company, bureaucracy, or anything horn in or try and get in on a piece of the action, because you know what that'll end up being like, just like everything else. It'll be totally taken away from your control, and you'll just be more or less cast to the wayside.
Yeah, that's like what I'm worried about right now.
I would just move carefully before you make any decision or any step, because I've got, some government experience. And just take a very careful step. Don't ever jump into anything.
Yeah.
And my last question is, next time you, I guess that vortex, I guess for lack of better words, it doesn't sound like exactly what it was, but anyway.
Best way to describe it.
Yeah, because, anyway, you know what a vortex is. What about a digital stopwatch, measuring into the hundredths of a second at least? Chunking that through.
There's an interesting idea. Thank you, sir. He's saying throwing a stopwatch through. Now, that is interesting, Michael, because if the stopwatch made it out the other side...
Yeah, none of the electronics getting destroyed.
And there had been, even if it's mechanical...
Yeah.
Of course, then it would be subject to a mechanical field, probably stop it cold. But if you could get one through, it might provide you with an idea of whether it actually went through a time distortion.
Yeah, set two of them, keep one, throw the other one in, set for the exact same time.
That's good, Michael.
Yeah.
Very good. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back with you. Michael Marcum, Madman Michael Marcum is my guest. We'll be right back. All right. Back to Michael Marcum. Michael, were you surprised to hear from your arresting officer?
Yeah. Very.
Me too.
That's like quite a coincidence.
He's apparently following your case, Michael. Does that make you nervous? In other words, he knows where you are now, doesn't he?
I don't know if he does or not. I think he does. I don't know if he knows the exact house I'm in, but I think he knows I'm in St. Joseph, so...
St. Joseph, well, see, so wouldn't surprise me, but that he or his friends might be cruising by your apartment looking for strange flashes in the night, that sort of thing. All right, let's see what we've done out there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Yeah, this is I got to get my radio, Art.
All right, turn it off.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. Just give me a chance.
All right.
I got it. It's gone.
Good.
Okay.
Where are you calling?
I'm St. Joe Thursday.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Leavenworth, Kansas.
Leavenworth, all right.
Yes, sir. I would like to say that your guest, I think, is just a little bit nuts. He's probably as nutty as I am. I would like to make a comment. As far as what he's doing, I think he's on the right track, but you being a ham radio operator, that's what I am. You have to understand that you also have to have a transmitter and a receiver. Do you kind of get what I'm getting at now?
Well, I guess the Jacob's Ladder may have been a crude transmitter and receiver in a sense. In other words, wait a minute, sir. He was propagating this voltage across those two rods, and it may have been a kind of a blunderbuss way of going about it, but I can understand that he might achieve the effect he thinks he did.
Well, you had a gentleman on one night that was explaining the theories with Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
Okay, and I've studied Tesla in depth. I've been studying Tesla for a good 25 years, and I'd like to ask your guest a question. Where did he come up with this idea that he would use high voltage?
All right, it's a good question. Where did you?
You mean for the time machine deal?
Yeah.
Like I said before, it didn't I didn't set out to build the time machine.
As is so many times the case with any discovery, you were simply trying to build a Jacob's ladder.
Yeah, just like something fancy to watch.
Just to see the spark go up, so to be something cool to do. I understand that perfectly. Believe me, I understand that. And an unexpected effect occurred. These things happen. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Oh, hello, Art.
Hello.
This is Chuck in Redmond, Washington.
Yes, Chuck.
I just wanted to call, and I'm so glad I got through tonight because people like us that are messing around with this kind of thing, we got to kind of stick together.
Oh, you're another one, are you?
Well, a little bit. I'm mostly my friends, that sort of thing. I got into it about 3 years ago, started collecting information, and I've got a computer bulletin board service where I try to get all this stuff together and get people to talk about it. Because I ran into a buddy who originally he was using a lot less voltage, but he was just using DC batteries, made a couple of coils, and was using a police radio that he would key, a ham radio, a handheld, and he would key it and then tweak through the frequencies, and I guess he hit the resonant frequency of the circuit, and cut a long story short, he ended up in the loony bin for a little while, and he's okay now, but I went down and snuck a tape recorder in to interview him, and I got it all on tape, about an hour's worth of conversation, and he was telling me all about his time travels and how he had gone through this portal and that portal and had to go through 12 worlds to get back, and quite frankly, I thought he'd lost it, and I'm not even sure now, but that was kind of interesting, so I did more research, and then I presented it to another buddy of mine who fools around with electronics like I do, and I said, hey, what do you think of this? And at first he stopped, and then he looked at it and he goes, well, I could see how you get some kind of interesting effect out of that. And then about 2 weeks later, he kind of came up to me. Well, he came up to me, he was kind of pale in the face, and he said, wow, one of the engineers upstairs at where I work, which is where they manufacture medical equipment, said that he had taken 2 4-foot square capacitors out of an X-ray machine and hooked them up to a short length of 12-gauge wire. You know, that's a very thick wire for somebody who wouldn't know. Laid it on the floor and threw a quarter in it, and he pushed the conductors together, or the electrodes together, until I got close enough to arc. I don't want to know how he did that. And apparently after the spark, it disintegrated the 12-gauge wire, and the quarter was reduced to the size of a dime, but a quarter-inch thick, and apparently still in good shape.
Well, that's something, and it's yet another effect. In the case of Michael's experiment, the screw disappeared and then reappeared. Here again I am. My guest is Michael Marcum. He's too young to call him Father Time, so we're calling him Madman Marcum. Here are a couple of faxes in on the subject, Art. No, I don't think you juiced this one up. Well done. What a scoop. What tremendous bloodhound intuitive tenacity. You're 1 in a million, as is young Michael. I predict a great future for him if he doesn't blow himself up or get lynched first. I can just see the light pouring out from the cracks in the porch. Art, help him find a mentor quickly. And then, like he needs encouragement, get this. Art, we've done what we estimated to be a 30-kilowatt version of what Michael did. However, we did not see the time travel application, but if he needs transformers, we've got them as leftovers from our electrical business, free if he wants. He provides shipping. I'm sure, like us, there are many people that have more than what he needs for experimenting. He's really talking small-scale power. 100 kilowatts is just medium power level. I cannot suggest that it be done within the city limits, however. People are not very technically tolerant around here either. Randy, listening to Kogo in San Diego. So, Michael, there you have it. It is a free offer of that which put you behind bars. This guy's willing to give you transformers. Cool, huh?
Yeah, very.
So, is that something you might go for?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I can put you two together. I've got Randy's number here in San Diego, and I'll give it to you privately tomorrow. How's that?
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to be arrested for being part of this. But nevertheless, it's a good offer. How do you feel about the possibility, Michael, of somebody coming along and being your mentor, even more than this, maybe contributing money to build a great big gigantic version?
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be like a dream come true.
So you'd go for it, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Set up a lab somewhere and go for the really big voltage and really big current and, boy. All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael. Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from Medford, Oregon.
Medford, KOPE country. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what makes you think it's a time machine and not some sort of thing like Star Trek, beaming from one point to another?
That's a good question. Yeah, what makes you think you're on the track of time here, Michael? It disappeared. The question is where to go and for how long?
Well, that's like, well, before my laser burn up, that's pretty much just I decided I had to go by what I saw. So right now it could be several things. Like it could have been like it could have went through time. It could have went through like something like the Philadelphia experiment and like made it invisible or something like that. I'm not like 100% certain what it is, but
I'll say this much, Michael. All kidding aside, you know, I think that if I had done what you've done, and I'm the kind of person likely to do that, I disassembled all my mom's appliances when I was about 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm a big experimenter, so if I'd noticed an effect like that, I'd be on it too, like glue, and I'd keep going. I mean, who cares what people say, right?
Yeah.
Is that your attitude?
Yeah, pretty much. Everybody's got their opinion.
Yeah, they sure do. And here's another one for you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum. Hi.
Hello, Art. This is Christoph from Kansas City.
Yes, sir. Right near Michael's home.
Yeah, right near. My question would be, I would like to know if you guys would explore some of the more technical aspects, such as which direction in time it might be going. If indeed he did get to a point where he himself could step through it, how he would be sure that he could get back from which direction he went.
That's an interesting question. Although the screw came back, and he was going to try, I think you said an orange next, or something like that.
Yeah.
And see if it came back intact. And then maybe a kitty cat. And then maybe Michael. Would you, I'm curious, Michael, would you have stepped in yourself, or would you, if you got to that point, or would you have looked for a volunteer?
Well, if I looked for a volunteer and he didn't make it back, I'd make me guilty of murder. And I already had like 60 days in jail, and that was plenty enough for me.
So you wouldn't want to be on trial like O.J.?
No.
Of course, they wouldn't have a body.
Yeah, that's true, but heck, I don't know.
So you would have done it yourself then?
Yeah.
Oh,
I still felt if I wasn't like legally wanting to like been found guilty of anything, I still wouldn't have wanted like anybody to do that.
Okay. Wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Marcum. Hi.
Hi there. Yeah, I've got about 2 or 3 questions for Michael, and very, very interesting program. This is John from Reno.
Yes, John.
It's a great program. Did he have any Tesla research information before he started this?
That's a good point. Have you looked into Tesla at all, Michael?
Yeah, it's science in general is like really, that's, I don't know, I guess you could call that my hobby. I read all sorts of books. Let's see, I've read Tesla. Right now I'm reading there's this book, I forget who it's by, but it's like the string theory of the universe, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about the Philadelphia experiment? You checked that one out too?
It's like real hard to find information on that in libraries, so I'd like, I've got like, this past, conference I went to just a few days ago, found out like information on that, information on the Montauk Project, which is a spin-off of the Philadelphia experiment.
Michael, let me add something here. Michael, we did a program with one of the people involved in the Philadelphia experiment. And, Michael, he gave all the technical details of exactly how they did it in the program.
Was that guy, Al Bielek?
Al Bielek.
I'm trying to get in touch with that guy.
I can get in touch with Mr. Bielek, and what I'm telling you, though, is we did a program with him in which he gave the exact technical details, the RF field and the electrical field that they used, the intensities, the power, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And you might want to get a copy of that program. It's the only... I'll tell you how to get that, all right? Or maybe I'll even have it sent to you. On the East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Yeah, you got Ray from Fargo, Missouri.
Hi, Ray.
Yes, my cousin just called me. He called you from Leavenworth, Kansas.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he didn't hear the answer to the question on the high voltage, and he was just wondering, he didn't hear the answer because he had to turn his radio off, and he called me and said he's only allowed one call a night.
That's a true statement.
So he would like to hear that, and...
well, all right, rephrase the question then for us.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what he asked. He just said that he asked a question about the high voltage, something about where did he get the information for that. And I think that, I've been listening, and it's amazing about the way that works, and I'd like to hear the answer, and if you would give me a few seconds to go and shut my radio off.
All right, well, I'm not exactly sure how to respond to it. Do you remember the original question, Michael? Something about the high voltage?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We went through it, and Michael explained how he built the first transformer.
Yeah.
And then how he obtained the following transformers. And so I'm not sure exactly what...
how can I say this? How did I know how to make a Jacob's ladder or something like that?
Did you have an original design of some kind, Michael?
For a Jacob's ladder?
Yes, yes.
The Jacob's ladder in and of itself, just to make a Jacob's ladder, is pretty simple.
So you knew, it was the scale of the thing.
Yeah.
All right, West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum. Hi.
Yes, this is Cliff from North Bend.
Hi, Cliff.
How are you doing, Art?
Just fine.
Hey, this gentleman, he is really on the ball there. To me, isn't he?
Well, see, he's either that or, according to a young lady who called, he's like a terrorist, and we're like helping him out, spreading the information.
I admire him.
Like I wrote
I'm about twice his age.
I'm sorry, Michael, what did you say?
That one was as if I wrote the Anarchist Cookbook or something.
Yeah, that's exactly right, the Anarchist Cookbook. Any questions for him, sir?
Yes, I would like to exchange some correspondence with him as I'm working with Mark on, I'm trying to think of the last, Hendershot, free power. And it's just a thought. It's crazy.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Twice this guy's age. Why couldn't we make it self-powered?
All right. On that note, listen, Michael, there are a number of people, a lot of them actually, I'm sure, who would like to contact you.
Yeah.
Is there a way they could do that? Now, you be careful, because this is a big radio program, Michael, and there's a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear from anybody who would like to help you out or
sure.
correspond with you? How would they do that?
Well,
you can either give out an address or a phone number. It's up to you.
Well, I guess I don't, let's see. Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, heck. I don't think they're all going to come at once, and 10,000 people come to my house at once. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah. That'd be a heck of a sight.
Maybe rather than giving out your address, Michael, you'd like to think about giving out your phone number or not.
Well, it's already published in the phone book, so might as well.
All right. What is your phone number, Michael?
It's 816-232.
Right.
4019.
All right. Let me give it again. 816-232-4019. All right, we've got just a little more time here, so on the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Hey there, Michael. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah, this is Will in Spokane. The original, mad scientist when I was probably about 4 years old.
Incredible idea that you have. What was your education?
I was in about 2 years ago. I was actually it was from November '91. So about a year and a half later, I was like majoring in electrical engineering.
Oh, major! Jesus, you're only 21.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like graduated when I was 17.
So what would you recommend to Michael? Would you say keep going or stop now?
I'd say get in touch with me. That's what I'd say, and continue on.
All right. Well, you've got Michael's number.
Actually, I don't.
All right. I'll give it to you now. You want it?
Yeah, I do.
It's area code 816.
816.
232.
232.
4019.
4019. Okay, my name's Will, and maybe I'll give you a call, huh?
Okay.
All right. There you have it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Art. I think I'm going to go out and play the lotto now. Hey, listen, I've really enjoyed this show. That woman that called and a couple of the naysayers that have called up, I'm going to have to say they're all but persistence. This has got to be the funnest show you've ever done. Anywhere from getting this guy after I heard the story initially last night on your show, and then this morning, and then the police officer calling up, Art. This has got to be the greatest show that I have heard in a long time. I want to know, though, is, Mike, are you going to be publishing?
Oh, that's a good question.
Writing a book?
Yeah.
A book or, some sort of just a technical manual or something like that, or, theory manual.
All right, there you go.
Heck, there's there's all sorts of books out there, like, on this subject, so, I don't know. That's, remains to be seen.
Maybe if you, on a larger scale, get to try the experiment.
Yeah, it's it's another thing, too. If I get this thing in, it actually works, heck, I could write a book, do a movie, and do all kinds of stuff then.
And hopefully tell us whether it was a lone gunman or not.
Yeah. That's another thing I'd like to do, too. This may sound like a joke, but heck, I'd like to go back to really killing Nicole Simpson, but that's another thing.
Well, I guess that would be a laudable use of it, and maybe we could cut this whole damn trial thing short, Michael.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you. All right, Michael, I would like your reaction to this. Art, thanks so much. I've really been tiring of hearing all the crap that's going on in the world, the dollar-yen crisis, the Iran, Russia-China nuclear crisis, everything in the U.S. is in crisis, the OJ crisis. It's refreshing not to have to listen to any of it at 11 o'clock tonight. No, instead, you've chosen to share with all of us someone near Kansas City, my hometown, who is either truly on the cutting edge or merely yet another deranged madman. I frankly don't care if he is. It's just so nice to hear the tale of somebody's courage and following their intuition and going for their dream. Thank you, Waldo in Tehachapi. There you are. You're not a deranged madman, are you, Michael?
No.
No? How would you describe yourself?
My strange experiments, basically just like anybody else.
Well, I don't know about it just like anybody else.
Well,
right?
that's the way I see myself.
To you, you're normal.
Yeah.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Yeah, I was interested in talking to Mike about possibly publishing, as in one of your last callers said, publishing information. I am a computer junkie, basically. My name's David. I'm from Houston.
So you'd like to interview him?
Well, what I'd like is, if he ever does go to the whole publishing stage, is to see if I could get him to send me the information on, what the outcome is. Maybe not exactly what he's doing, because, of course, he might want to keep that to himself, or keep other people from trying it, but basically get an overview of, what type of information he's dealing with, what he's doing, what the outcome is, and possibly show it to the public to see if they like it at all.
All right, and that winds into an earlier call. Thank you. We will give Michael's number one more time here. You're going to be on the phone a lot, Michael. Michael, the guy asked, are you taking notes? Are there any notes so that if you stepped into the gap and turned into a French fry, that people could read and see where you went wrong, maybe?
Yeah, overall, like a general, like writing down every little thing, but like keeping the general idea down.
Okay. We've got so many calls. East of the Rockies, where are you calling from, please?
In Kansas City.
Kansas City. Yes,
Good morning. How are you?
Fine.
Mark is just as north of me in St. Joseph. I'm down here in Independence.
That's right.
And by the way, I have to echo the last caller. It's a refreshing difference from the stock market report,
There you go.
for which we have no control. Mark, I need to ask you something.
It's Michael.
Michael, rather. Michael?
Yeah.
When you approach the day when you build the quote-unquote Arc of Triumph, give me a call because I want to make sure I plug in my surge suppressor first, okay? Love you guys.
All right, thank you. So he's worried about the appliances there in Kansas City. Is there a way you can somehow protect the local area of the power grid that next time you do this, Michael?
Well, I can have the power company put a bigger transformer on the pole. That way it won't overload it.
That's an idea.
Yeah.
From now on, I bet anybody in the Kansas City area, when they see their lights dim, they're going to wonder if you just jumped across.
Yeah.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Marcum.
Yes, I would like to know if your guest has great knowledge of time travel.
Great knowledge of time travel?
Yes.
Do you have great knowledge of time travel, Michael?
Great knowledge.
Some knowledge.
Yeah, general idea, but down to the nitty gritty, and just that's what I'm doing now.
I mean, after all, nobody has real publishable knowledge of time travel. We're off into an area here that just isn't much known.
Well, yeah, it's right now it's treated as the same thing as UFOs and stuff like that.
Sure, absolutely. Wildcard line, real quickly with Michael Marcum. Hello.
Hi, Mike and Art. This is fantastic. Mike, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to the Art Bell show before? Well, okay. I just want to let you know that there's nothing but a bunch of wackos out here that listen to Art Bell all the time. And we really appreciate a guy like you. Let me say this.
Gee, do me some more favors, sir.
Let me say this, Mike. There's a guy. He's a cosmologist, an astrophysicist. His name is Rick Thorne, and he's into what is called wormholes.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of similar to a black hole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what he likes to talk about, and this is also very fascinating, it's also has to do with time travel. Now, when you step in one end of the wormhole, and it has to do with the speed of light and the space-time continuum.
All right, we're about out of time here.
Okay, well, he says when you're coming back out the other way, you meet yourself. Now, I also wondered, if you threw the screw in, did you take a look at the screw and see if it was turned left or right-handed thread when you found it?
Ooh.
Interesting questions.
Yeah.
Keep it up, Mike.
All right, Michael, we're out of time. It has been a great pleasure. And yes, we do very unusual, kooky things on the show every now and then. But, Michael, on the serious side, I admire you on a lot of levels. I really do. Not the stealing of the Transformers, but what you're doing and what you're trying to do. And I really appreciate your coming on the program. And we'll get your number out one more time. You're going to hear from a lot of people now, Michael. Okay? You take care, my friend.
Uh-huh.
All right. Take care. That's it. We'll be back. Well, it sure is. Hi, everybody. Welcome into the program. I'm going to start with a short open now. If you just start tuning in, we spent the last 2 hours. How do I explain what we just have done? If you're just tuning in, you'll never understand. I read a story last week about a Kansas City man who tried to build a time machine on his porch. I tracked him down. I tracked him down. And he went on the air with me tonight, and it was the most incredible 2 hours you've ever heard. He explained exactly what he did, why he got in trouble for stealing the Transformers from the power company, how his experiments proceeded. He actually caused something to disappear and reappear, possibly moving in time or dimension. And the arresting officer in the case called up during the course of the interview. It was just absolutely incredible. So it's hard. The man's name is Michael Marcum, And I said I'd give his phone number out one more time. He okayed that. He'll be sorry. You all know about the C-21 mystery. 8 men dead when an Air Force Learjet went down in Alabama. Nobody knows quite what brought it down. It was completely destroyed, but they did get the black box, the flight recorders, so we may be able to find out. Killed Air Force Assistant Secretary Clark Feaster and Air Force Major General Glenn Prophet. Among those killed. Possible cause they're toying with is a fuel imbalance. In other words, the Lear has fuel stored in the wings, and if you get too much of an imbalance, obviously you can't fly. We'll find out. Economic news, housing starts are down about 8%. Down in the West as much as 20%. Down despite falling mortgage rates. Signs are that the housing market will continue to fall. Now, I've got all kinds of news about the dollar. We've got a serious problem here, folks, so let me read you a couple of facts. As art, the U.S. economy, as well as the world monetary system, is in serious jeopardy. The dollar is collapsing and rapidly losing its status as the world's premier currency. I've included a copy of a record-breaking drop it took on the overseas market this evening when it plummeted to an incredible 1.345 marks to the dollar and an astounding 79.7 yen. When will the American people wake up and take notice of what's happening? Will they wait until it is completely collapsed under the tremendous burden it now shoulders? Or will it be when the value of the dollar is measured by its weight rather than its denominational value? When the day comes that a $100 bill only puts a couple of gallons of gas in one's car, it's going to be too late. Something must be done now. The crash of the dollar is not some futuristic event. It's taking place right this moment. Indeed, Tokyo, the Associated Press. The dollar fell to a new low against the Japanese yen in early trading Wednesday, following a decline overseas due in part to pessimism with regard to talks between the U.S. and Japan. Tokyo stock prices nosedived. The dollar fell to 79.75 yen from 81.12 late Tuesday. It did climb back to 80.08 yen. My God, it's the lowest dollar-yen rate since the modern exchange rate system was set up in the late 1940s. My. NBC did a piece last night on sexual harassment. What is sexual harassment? Who knows? I used to think that it meant that you were grabbing at a female or you were being sexually aggressive in some unwanted, unwelcome way. I always thought that was sexual harassment. Anyway, whatever it is, since Anita accused Clarence, the number of sexual harassment complaints to government agencies has risen, get ready for this now, 109%. 109%. So far, $22 million has been paid in claims. There is a Los Angeles fire captain, Steve Johnson, who is challenging a policy in his fire department, apparently, which says that he's not even allowed to have a Playboy magazine at the fire station. Apparently, these days, one can be charged with sexual harassment for looking at a woman. And I think we've gone too far. This is really pathetic and sad. I mean, look, women, to me, are beautiful creatures. And if there's one nearby and there's something to be seen, I do not now know the harm in looking. I've never known the harm in looking. And if you can actually be charged with sexual harassment for merely looking, well, I don't know. America's turning into a different kind of place. What has happened to sexuality and the relationship between men and women? Is it now just going to be a matter for court and for challenge and for I think we're ruining it. This great thing, this relationship between men and women, we are ruining it, and I'm not happy about that. I should tell you I'm not happy. And I wonder if you feel the same way, or do you think they're on the right track, and that that people should absolutely have their distance and their space, and that women should not expect to be looked at? Is that where we want the relationship between men and women in this country to be going? I don't think so. Now, let's see. Still reacting to McNamara. A lot of people are. Art, I agree with you about McNamara. Do you think he wrote the book to tell his story or to earn more big money? I'd feel better if he donated the proceeds to a veterans organization. I believe Charleston, South Carolina, by the way, suffered major damage from an earthquake sometime back in the mid-19th century. Enjoy the show. You're fair and reasonable. Longboat Key, Florida. Wow, down in the Florida Keys. Longboat Key, Florida. I've always looked at the Keys as a wonderful place to be. It's beautiful there. And then this, and then we'll get the phone lines open. Art, you have a great show. Art, this country has to legalize drugs, whether we like it or not. The present situation is not tolerable. The arguments now are the same as were used during Prohibition. As it was then necessary to legalize alcohol in order to control the rum runners, it's now necessary to take drug money out of the hands of the dope gangs. This is the major issue, though there are many others involved. Many people think this problem is unique to modern-day America, but it's occurred throughout history and the world. Anybody who is generally concerned with this topic ought to take the time to read The Forbidden Game, A Social History of Drugs. It is a scholarly work that provides much thought-provoking information. As a true believer in Republican government, I can see no other course but legalization. People must be allowed to injure themselves if they wish to. Of course, they should also be absolutely responsible for their actions and left in their own mess, as it were. Government must get out of the business of protecting people against themselves. It makes us lazy, docile, and atrophies the reason. Freedom and responsibility are two sides of the same coin, and if the American people don't realize it, they're going to lose both. That's Mark from Clackamas, Oregon, and I thought it was a profound argument for legalization, and there are reasons to argue for it as well as against it. All right, we're going to open the lines now. If you want to comment on the show we had on between 11 and 1 Pacific time, the first 2 hours of the program, you're welcome to do it. Time travel, what Madman Marcum is doing, has done, plans to do, you're welcome to comment on that, or anything I just brought up, or anything that you would like to bring up at all. And I would like to say once again to everybody that in my estimation, talk radio is many things. It's not just politics. It's not just, at least to me it's not. It's my style of talk radio, and you will hear me do many, many different things on this program. I'm convinced over the years that that has contributed to and is part of the reason for its success. It sometimes upsets people, but in my estimation, if you make no waves, then you're not really doing anything at all. So I will continue to do what some people think of as a little more than passing strange every now and then. It's just me, folks. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
Hi, I'm an air traffic controller out of Salt Lake City.
Okay, would you turn your radio off, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. And an air traffic controller.
Yeah, reference earlier in your broadcast, you mentioned the Republicans' contract with America.
Yes.
And there's currently a couple of issues that I'm concerned about. One is the attack on the federal retirement system.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
This is going to cost me a heck of a lot out of my pocket. It's, we're looking at about $1,500 to $2,000 a year on that, plus increased health care. They're attacking my differential pay for being an air traffic controller, which was meant to revitalize the air traffic control field.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately on this, I think they're overlooking the fact that there is a lot of waste.
I don't suppose they hang portraits of Ronald Reagan up in the air traffic control area, do they?
No, they certainly don't.
They don't.
And also this attack on federal retirement, it concerns us because this attack, as I call it, will send a signal to the rest of America, corporate America, to slash the retirement benefits that our workers have struggled so long and so hard to get.
I do agree that the process is underway.
Right.
And ultimately, it's going to probably include Social Security as well, so everybody's at risk here. Either we get it together or just about everything's at risk.
Well, and federal employees have been taking a hit for a long time. As far as being unprofessional, unserviceable, and things of the nature. But unfortunately, the airplanes fly through the skies safely, and no matter what you say about the post office, that mail does get delivered sooner or later.
Sooner or later is the key phrase. And,
the key phrase, but I mean, overall for 32 cents, we're not doing too bad to mail a letter.
Something I want to ask you about, actually a couple things. As an air traffic controller, in the post office, you mentioned it, we all know, they've had some people go kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And shoot people. Now, that was because it said of the pressure in the post office. And wait, let me finish.
Okay.
If there's any place that may have more pressure than a post office, it would be your job.
Right.
And yet I don't know of any air traffic controllers that have gone bonkers and grabbed a gun. Any thoughts on that?
No, they haven't. I think a lot of the problems in the post office are related through the supervision of their employees.
Oh.
From what I understand, the employees felt they were being harassed, being watched too closely. Also, at one time in the Postal Service, they had one supervisor for every 2 employees.
Mm.
Now, that started to reverse the trend on Al Gore's reduction in government, the elimination of 252,000 jobs, and the supervisor-to-employee ratio of 15 to 1.
Well, that's a good answer. All right, one more question, then I've got to go. I take it as an air traffic controller, you can read the transponder signals of aircraft. It's a good, clear way to read what's out there.
That is correct.
But you also have a real radar capability, do you not?
Yes, we do. It's the echo return offset.
Yeah, exactly, echo return. So my question is, how many times as an air traffic controller would you admit to have been tracking some sort of UFO, something that is traveling in the sky that you cannot account for?
Well, there's a lot of times out there. On the radar we have what the government alludes to, false targets. And they say it's a radar glitch in the radar problem. Well, I think that these radar glitches may be something else out there. I don't know. We have too many of them to account for.
Well, I'm sure, and I guess you can be fooled, but you over the years you kind of learn to recognize a real return, don't you?
Yeah, but just by their tracking their movement. I've seen some suspicious things. In fact, we have a UFO hotline number up that we do call. But most controllers do not do that because then if we report that, we may be subject to some government testing that they don't want to admit to, so we generally don't call and report it.
If
you report this...
That's exactly what I suspected, sir.
Yeah, I don't do it.
In other words, do you want to report one of them things?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Maybe I'll surgeon's office next week, and then I'm out of a job.
Oh, believe me, I understand. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Hey, did you hear anything about the cattle guard incident with Bill Clinton?
Channel guard?
Yeah.
What is that?
You know what a cattle guard is?
Oh, a cattle guard. Yeah, I know what a cattle guard is, sure.
Okay. Well, it seems that a report came out of Colorado.
You mean he was unable to cross one? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
God, that was awful. Finish your story.
He saw this report, or one of his cohorts saw this report that there was over 100,000 cattle guards in Colorado.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, he said, well, that's too many people to employ, so we have to get rid of these cattle guards. which is funny by itself. Patsy Schroeder picked it up and said, well, we can't fire all those cattle guards. We have to put them in some type of work training program. This is real, Art.
Yeah. No, I believe you, sir. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. Where will it all end? It's a wonderful world. Have a good morning. I must go.
Thanks.
Yeah, right. That's too many cattle guards on the payroll. Oh, God. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
It's Leonard from South Dakota country.
Usually your program is most educational. I learned the difference between a cattle guard and a cattle guard this morning.
Yes.
And I also learned the difference between
I think the president did too.
learned the difference between those people who are scared to death and those people who have perfect peace. You heard about that sect that thought the world was coming to the end?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing more devastating than think that the earth's going to pieces out from under your feet.
Yeah.
But the Christian reads the Bible and says that, well, there's 1,000 years, at least a millennium ahead of us, so we don't have to worry about the end of the world for 1,000 years.
You know something I've always wondered about, Leonard? Whether it's the religious people like yourself, or it's a psychic predicting the end of the world, or, you know, a gigantic earthquake or something, and they do it and they talk about it and they think about it and they dwell on it and they cogitate about it, and then the day comes and it doesn't happen? Do they feel disappointed?
Perfect peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them.
All right, well, we'll leave them with that thought. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, I really enjoyed the change of pace in your show, and I feel like everybody needs to kind of let loose a little bit.
Every now and then.
Every now and then. Hey, I want to say something to Mr. Marcum if he's still listening. I don't know if he is, but there's a lot of people laughing at him right now. But remember, sir, they laughed at Edison, they laughed at Leonardo da Vinci, and they laughed at the Wright brothers.
Isn't that the truth?
That is the truth. So he needs to keep it up and just be careful. And the young man really does have a brilliant mind, even though he may be on the edge of being a little too smart for his own good, let's say.
Well, that's better than madness.
I don't think he's mad. He's obviously he's intelligent enough to understand what he's getting into, and I think that's all that counts.
I kind of like the guy.
Yeah, he sounds like he'd be a fun person to hang out with at a distance.
Yeah, did you hear when the arresting officer called?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you listen between the lines, that officer seemed to be saying, think about it, don't do it, don't you do it.
Yeah, he did, but then again, he seemed to be almost commending him for having the chutzpah to actually do that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be back, everybody, in just a moment. To Art Bell. Art, did you notice that there were no women calling in on your interview with the time machine mechanic, except women who thought he was a radical extremist or a madman? Does that tell you anything? Well, I don't know. I enjoyed listening to that kid. I'm 49 and laud him for trying things experimental. We still don't know the real effects of how electricity and radio waves affect the dimension we live in. It's pure theory, and for all we know, it may tamper with one of the other 13 dimensions suggested in Davies' Superstrings book, Good Show. What does it mean that women... Well, it was kind of a technical thing, and, you know, guys like that kind of thing, and women, some of them are horrified by it. So I think that's your answer. I don't know what it says, though. And then this, hi, Art, I really liked your guest tonight. I've always been a physics buff. One thing that bothers me about time travel, though, as a consequence of Einstein's theory of relativity, which stemmed from something called the Lorentz transformations mathematical equations, which describe space and time dilations, a couple of things are apparent. One, in order to experience time dilation, one must reach the speed of light, at which point the person's momentum and hence mass become infinite. Two, the speed of light is an absolute maximum. It can't be exceeded. Not to say that these concepts from special relativity are absolutes, but they do seem to preclude time travel unless some grossly unobserved physical law exists. Time travel is a cool concept worth studying, but I'd love to hear from someone more educated in physics than myself comment on this. Tom, Columbia, Missouri. Well, I'm not sure of what I'm saying, but I believe that there was some theory or even possible proof that quarks have exceeded the speed of light, or a theory that they might exceed the speed of light. And I think that that's one of the things they were going to look at with a gigantic accelerator they were trying to build down in Texas. But I'm certainly not a physics person myself, so it's open for comment if anybody out there wants to comment. Art, a little information on the Palmdale Bulge. It is an anomaly, also known as an uplift. It is literally the ground surging upward. This particular uplift was discovered about 1980 and thought it was developed during the late 1960s or early 70s. But most seismologists agree that it has been rising continually ever since. Ooh, that's bad. That's Carol listening also to KFYI in Mesa. So, Carol, I don't know what to tell you. To me, the layman in these areas, it seems like sort of like a aneurysm. As I said earlier, an earth aneurysm. Is that out of line? Here we go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Just fine.
This is Mike calling from TDY in Madison.
Oh, Madison, Wisconsin. Yes, Mike.
And, well, one quick question and then a longer one. Does your Milwaukee station, is that going to carry you all the way to the end of the program? Because they chop you off for an hour here.
Well, it's a matter of time zones, Mike. In other words, the program here on the Pacific Coast goes until 4 a.m. There it would be 6, and most radio stations begin their morning shows,
right.
Wake-up shows around 5.
Yeah.
So that's what happens.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because we never, I never know what's going on for that final period of time, and well, irrelevant.
It's torture, I know.
Yeah, and I also wanted to mention, if your time traveler there ever does succeed, it'd be nice if he could maybe throw a $1 bill through there to see what shape that comes back in.
maybe a little tiny little $1 bill. That'd be frightening. It was a hell of a story, wasn't it?
Oh, it was pretty interesting. It's hard to believe. I think it's more likely that it's creating an invisibility effect than time travel, though.
Well, maybe. Either way, it'd be a big story.
Yeah, well, speaking of other big stories, I got home today to a message on my answering machine, which was sort of chopped off because I have a really lame answering machine, but it's from my friend in Arizona who works in parks and went camping with some geologists, and
yes.
He mentioned about the Palmdale Bulge. Apparently they had a very spirited discussion about that, which I don't know what the Palmdale Bulge is. I was wondering if you knew. But...
I'm not a geologist either, but it sounds bad, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it sounds like it. Evidently it's something of great interest to them.
I would think of it just off the cuff as sort of an earth aneurysm.
I like that. I like that. Well,
all right.
I'll get back to you as soon as I find out anything more specific, and I'll see if maybe one of these geologists would be gutsy enough to get on the air with you.
Oh, hey, listen, if you get one willing to go on, have them call me.
They're notoriously closed-mouthed.
I know. They like talk around campfires, but you get them in front of a microphone, they clam right up.
That's right.
All right, thanks a million, and have them fax me. My fax number is area code 702-727-8499, 702-727-8499. And we have done one other thing that is really fun. And if you wish to partake, you're welcome to. I'm going to give you the number. We've got a whole bunch of pictures, GIF pictures, and if you've got an IBM compatible computer, you can get them. We've got them on a bulletin board, and we're increasing. I'm going to send 6 more photographs up there tomorrow. Right now, we've got one of myself and my wife, one of just me, one of me in the Air Force 30 years ago. We have a ghost photograph available, and I'm going to be uploading a second ghost photograph in color, by the way. Both of these are in color tomorrow. there is a color photograph of the studio that I'm broadcasting from right now in my home. Actually, a photograph of it up there. There are 2 photographs of Mexican UFOs, and this relates to last week's Dreamland program. We had a couple of researchers on who talked about the sightings in Mexico. It's very exciting. So we've got 2 Mexican photographs up there. We've got the Roswell movie photograph up there, the very controversial one. And as I said, we're going to put a half dozen more tomorrow. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Who's this?
Art Bell.
Art Bell, how you doing? You were talking about the Palmdale Bulge a minute ago.
Yes, the Earth aneurysm.
Right. I'm calling from Pasadena, California, the home of Caltech.
Oh, yes.
And, I notice a lot. I drive by there every evening after I leave work. And one thing I notice is from the University of Oregon, I think it is,
yes.
They have geologist trucks down here, but they're volcanologists, and they have a little volcano on the side.
Uh-huh.
And they always show up at 4:30 in the morning.
Why 4:30 in the morning?
You got me.
Sounds secretive.
Yeah, well, another thing I heard, too, was out near Landers is the ground after the Landers earthquake was so hot you couldn't touch it.
Really?
Yeah.
Due to what?
Gee, I don't know. Well, you have volcanologists out there now from Caltech coming down from Oregon.
That's really odd.
I know, that's really odd, too. I don't want to start a rumor, but...
Yes, you do. That's what you're doing. You're starting a rumor. The hot earth theory.
Yeah, it could be.
Right.
Remember, a week or so ago, I heard someone else talking about something similar to this.
Really?
Maybe it was over a week ago.
Well, we had a call, a very troubling call, from a man who talked about well levels and water tables.
Maybe that's what it was.
Rising. You remember that?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Oh,
I tried to call you right after I heard that.
There's a whole lot of geological rumor mongering going on, and there's something to it. I think there's something to it. Thank you very much for the call. It's just sort of a collective input. I'm getting information and faxes you guys just flat wouldn't believe regarding people who think there's getting ready to be a geological upheaval of some sort. A lot of information, really. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. This is Bill in San Antonio.
Hi, Bill.
You, of course, are aware that the FCC limits the amount of fun you can have in a 2-hour period, and you grossly exceeded that in your first 2 hours.
Oh, wasn't that something?
That brought back a lot of memories of my childhood. I played a lot with electronics and electrical circuits, and I used a lot of spark coils, and I did a lot of Jacob's Letters type stuff, and I enjoyed all that.
Yeah, I'm glad.
And that kind of thing really needs to be encouraged. It's not really a madman type of thing. It's just a curiosity type thing that is really the basis of a lot of experimentation and what we have, the things that were developed, the technological things that we have today, really came from that kind of curiosity.
That's absolutely correct, and that's one of the reasons I went for the interview. I mean, there's just something about somebody like that.
It isn't anything unusual. It's like one of your callers that came in and said, a lot of wackos listen to your show. Well, I'm one of those wackos that, I'm a financial analyst, but I grew up playing with that kind of stuff. And, you get interested, you investigate things, you want to see what happens, and you try things out, and, maybe you don't ever find anything, but you check things out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll say it again. I think that talk radio should be on the edge. God knows we're on the edge. It should be on the edge. I mean, that's what it's all about. We're not mainstream media. I don't want to be mainstream media. I don't want to be mainstream media. And there is more to life than politics. There are a million different areas and things that you can talk about, and I just as soon let this program, as I have for all the years I've been on the air, over, going on a decade, about a decade, doing this particular program, I've let it range wherever it's going to range. And I'm not going to change that. I don't care how big it gets. I'm not going to change that. east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. How you doing? This is Clayton down in Laughlin.
Hello, Clayton.
Wanted to catch up with you and give you some food for thought.
Okay.
The quirk you were thinking about was the Tachyon.
Oh, Tachyon.
Tachyon, very good. Moves faster than the speed of light, so therefore it's going backwards in time.
Well, that's what the theory is, yes.
Right. And would also kind of remind you about the Montauk Project.
Oh, indeed. Michael talked about that project, and I've had people on the air about that project. And look, I don't rule out what happened to Michael, his story. I don't rule it out at all. It may have exactly happened as he said.
Well, interesting enough about it is the aspect of having to use a psychic in order to actually kind of make things work. Using kind of like what they call amorphous resonance.
Yeah.
What makes your nose, what makes your eyes. These things come down in literal form. And supposedly that's why the Philadelphia experiment worked so well, because everything was tubes other than transistors.
Yes.
And had a natural resonance at that time.
That is correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
But nowadays they can digitally sample the resonance factor.
It's a point well made, thank you. I was talking, I don't even know if I ought to say this. I was talking to a man up in Washington State earlier tonight who claims to be working with dual resonance technology and claims to be able to move in time. But that's a story for another day. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, what's up?
Well, you are. You're up,
hey.
sir. Where are you calling from?
Kodiak, Alaska.
Kodiak, Alaska. I was going to say, I'll bet you it's Kodiak because we get this unusual delay when we talk to people there in Kodiak.
Oh, that's weird. I haven't called in about a year and a half, so I don't know.
Well, that's an even bigger delay. What's on your mind?
I was just wondering about that time travel thing. I read an article in Discovery a while back that talked about this concept of different universes where when you travel in time, you don't actually travel in time, you just travel to a different universe. And every universe is just a different setup of each other, and how just each concept, like if I went back in time and killed my dad, you'd think I wouldn't be born, but actually I would have gone to a different universe, so in my own universe I'd still be alive.
In that alternate universe, would your father also be alive?
No, because I would have killed him.
Well, yeah, no. But you said you would then be in an alternate universe, and in that alternate universe, for you to exist, your dad would also have to exist. You would just sort of blow yourself out of...
But my other self in the alternate universe would die, not me, because I'm from the other universe.
All right, sir. Thank you. It seems to me that, to be consistent, you would, in effect, when you killed your father, blow yourself out of this universe, find yourself in another universe where your continuity can be accounted for. In other words, where your father still lives if he was supposed to be alive. And you could only exist there. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning. My goodness, I can't believe I got in.
Yes, you have. Where are you?
In Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Not far from Madman Marcum.
Right, except I woke up as he went off.
Oh, that's too bad. You missed a good one.
Yeah. I was wondering, did you ever think that the space, all the space that they do at NASA has changed what's going on with the earthquakes and the floodings and all that and the pollution? I always thought that maybe that has a lot to do with the climate change and everything.
Well, I had a lady who called up not long ago and thought that every time they fire off the shuttle, it's like firing it off from the center of a balloon. And when the shuttle goes through the balloon, a bunch of stuff blows out before the hole seals up.
Right.
Is that your kind of thinking?
Well, years ago when I was in high school, our science teacher said that when you would put something through the stratosphere, that you would change the molecules, which would have a lot to do with the weather and what have you. And every time they go up, it seems that there is freak floods, freak earthquakes, and I really think that it has a lot to do with the ozone and everything else, because it's bound to have pollution from the fuel they use.
Well, I guess there's that. I mean, who knows? There are people who believe that our moral behavior is causing this. There are people who believe it is the space shuttle. There are people who believe that it's an angry God shaking his finger at us.
Well, you know what? Maybe it's a combination, because it's like if God's saying, hey, don't come up here. You don't have any business down here. You can't even take care of what's down below. Why are you worrying about what's up here?
You think God would say that?
Some people would say, well, but God gave us the knowledge to do these things. But it seems to me like it's one place where the budget should be cut. I don't think they need to spend that much money on NASA when they could take that same money and use it for research. That NASA, yes, they have come up with a lot of good things, but they should take that money and work on the good things that they've come up with, and maybe use their knowledge to help people down here, not up there.
Well, I know, but you've got Teflon pans.
No, that's what I mean. They came up with some good things, but really, what are we doing now up there? What good is it? You know, I don't understand why they...
Well, communication satellites come to mind. I mean, there's a lot of I mean, right now, you're able to get my voice because it's going up to a satellite that's distributing it throughout the whole country.
This is true. Like I said, there's good, but I think there's also a lot of bad that it's causing. I really think it's causing the...
Of course, depending on how you feel about my program, maybe you could say it's bad.
No, I enjoy your program when I'm up.
Well, I'm glad that you're up, and I'm glad that you called, and I really have to go because I've got a newscast coming.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, and I guess that'll do it for this hour. They sort of fly by. Yeah, if you don't like the program, then you could say it's technology being used for evil. The evil distribution of a program teaching people about God knows what, arcs and time travel, and what's next, how to build a nuclear weapon 101. Yes, it certainly is. Talk radio of a different cut. I don't even know what we are. We're just open line, unscreened, rip 'em, tear 'em, let it happen, talk radio. And that's the way I like it. Mr. Bell, I have been meaning to write you about an event that occurred 2 days prior to the San Francisco earthquake. My neighbor has a well, and it overflowed. A surge from very deep. It flooded my yard as if a 12-inch line had broken in his yard and poured into mine. 2 days later, the quake hit. And one comment about particles being faster than light. About 5 years ago, I recall that an Italian astronomer in Italy, and at the same time in England, an English astronomer, observed the same particle shoot from a distant star, and they made the same measurement. The particle had traveled faster than light. And then this. Art, a woman should be able to walk down the street safely, nude, if she so chooses, discounting the reactions of the local police. But I get the feeling that some of the really rabid prosecutors of these sexual harassment cases feel that she should be able to do the same without anyone, read, hear, men, even looking or taking notice. That is just not realistic. While she should be free from assault, physical and verbal, people are just naturally going to look, maybe even stare. Some might even take vocal notice as opposed to propositioning her, but I guess it's all the same to a feminazi. Do you think the feminazis would be nearly as offended if they were to be leered at by a lesbian, or if they just knew which ladies they walked by were lesbian and the unpure thoughts that we're having? Jim in Tupelo, Mississippi. Well, you know, basically, Jim, I really do agree with you. And I'm sorry about what's happening between men and women in this country. I know it makes me sound like an old fogey, but I surely do miss the good old days when a man could look at a woman, and maybe even, you know, if he's out there on a construction site or something, give a big wolf whistle at her without her going to court and taking everything he has, or without him getting into great trouble. I mean, is that so bad? I guess the women would say yes. Yes, it's horrible being regarded this way. Well, I just don't I guess I'm too old. I'm never going to change. I'm never going to regard it as horrible. And I, frankly, at the risk of ending up in court or something, will probably keep looking until the day I die. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, I have a comment to make about the hemp issue that was brought up. And I would like to say that, one, that it is not just a question just about hemp. It is a question about the paper production of America. I heard after the question about hemp was asked, an Arbor Day Foundation about planting trees. Hemp is not just something that can be used as a political tool to control the drug war. Hemp is something that can also be used to help the paper production and overuse of our country.
There's no question about it. The Wall Street Journal ran an article saying the government could realize $500 billion a year in profit from the various industries that would spring up from hemp.
Hemp and also what the point that I would like to get across is that rather than planting more trees, rather than using things as hemp, even though I do think it is a positive alternative that can definitely be used, other than doing things like that, what needs to be embedded in the minds of Americans is the need for a recycling program. Americans need to know that recycling does help, our forests. Forests are being cut down at amazing rates. They're killing all sorts of species, all sorts of waters. They're killing our trees. There's been today, especially all over the United States and internationally, actions that were planned against multinational corporations in paper and...
Are you a Greenpeacer?
I am not necessarily a Greenpeacer.
Well, you sound like a Greenpeacer.
I am not, see, someone that typifies somebody like me as a Greenpeacer.
A tree hugger.
A tree hugger. No, I don't necessarily call myself a tree hugger.
But do you in fact actually hug trees?
Oh, yes, I do, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, look, hey, what you do in the privacy, it's up
well,
to
the
you.
point that I'm trying to get across, though, is I may be a tree hugger. I am not a Greenpeacer, but, I may appreciate the beauty of our trees. But what I'm saying is that what needs to be addressed here is that we are living in an environment which is being destroyed at an incredible pace.
All right. We'll have to hold it there. I understand your message. Believe me, I do. And as I said, ma'am, far be it from me. This is America. Still is America. And anyway, I don't want to talk about it anymore. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Brian from New Orleans.
Hi, Brian.
Well, first I'd like to congratulate you on your old archaic construction site catcall mentality. But
really, I saw a lot of construction guys whistle at women when I was a kid. I remember it. It's not like the world ended.
No, but I'm sure a woman who's been sexually assaulted before really likes to relive something like that, something that can provoke that thought.
Well,
but
but look, there was a day in America where a wolf whistle from, a construction guy or something it was either flattering or she'd blush, but it wasn't a matter for litigation.
Right. Okay, well, I'd like to move on to politics.
Okay.
First, Bill Clinton. He's going to be running for re-election in 1996, and I do believe he is unbeatable.
Unbeatable. The president last night was protesting loudly that he is not, damn it, I am not irrelevant.
Right.
And you agree he is not irrelevant?
Not in the 96 election.
You think he'll beat the pants off anybody who would dare to challenge him?
Well, think about it. Right now, the economy is doing well.
Well, yeah, reasonably well, yes.
We are not in a state of war.
That's true.
And people,
unless you talk about drugs, that's a different story.
True. But people generally bet or vote with their pocketbook.
That's true.
And you're going to see Bob Dole. He's going to probably come out to be the front runner, I imagine.
I'd say it's the best chance, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Bob Dole isn't going to do it for the Republican Party, and you're going to have Bill Clinton in there, thank God, for another 4 years.
And what do you think Mr. Clinton the relevant president will do for America, given another 4 years?
Does he really need to change anything? Think what George Bush did for us.
In other words, you're saying he can kind of just cruise.
Well, do you not agree things are going relatively well for the United States right now compared to 4 years ago?
I would say, as you pointed out, that the economy's cruising along now. I'll give you that. But as far as things going well, no, I don't think they are. I think socially we're absolutely a disaster and getting worse. Crime is bad, violent crime, and getting worse.
Crime statistics are overblown. Obviously, it's a little disturbing now that 14-year-olds are committing murders, but on a whole, crime statistics have not gone up dramatically. If not, they've gone down a little bit in the last 10 years. And
well,
I
think in all categories but violent crime. In violent crime, it's gone up.
I'm not sure. Maybe violent crime that's caught by the press, and you got to admit, the press does hype crime now a lot more.
So the whole thing is overblown as far as you're concerned. Where did you say you're calling from?
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
You're right.
New Orleans.
Right.
And you're downplaying the crime thing?
Well, crime's obviously horrible right now, but violent crime, on a whole, has not gone up in the last 10 years. Look at the statistics, Art.
Yeah, all right.
Seriously.
Look, I could look at the statistics from your city, sir.
Oh, of course.
I mean, come on.
New Orleans does have its problems, but
yes.
Statistics on a whole nationwide, violent crime and crime as a whole has stayed the same. And right now we're suffering from the hard copy, the current affair media hype of crime.
All
right now that sells papers.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. I'm sorry, but the numbers, I think, are real and horrifying. And frankly, of all the cities you could be making that statement from, I find it a little more than passing strange that you're coming from New Orleans. But, hey, that's all right. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art Bell?
That's me.
Oh, boy, I'm John from Carson City.
Yes, sir.
About these earthquakes, my hair's standing up on the back of my neck, too, for a long time, and I worked from 8 to 4 in the morning, and I got you all night long every night, and this is my night off, so I got up to see if I could call you.
Well, you did it.
And I want you to first understand, I'm not trying to kid you or nothing, but I had a little experience here Saturday night or early Sunday morning.
Yes, sir.
And I was out, I drive a patrol car, and I finished the patrol where I parked, and all of a sudden something hit the back of my trunk, and it was snowing and sleeting, and I had my dome light on, and I looked back there, and here's this great big old bird sitting back there, one of those buzzards.
It pooped on your patrol car?
No, it sit on it.
Oh, I see.
And was
Sorry.
looking at me. Well, I'm working on the assumptions these wild animals and stuff, they act peculiar around earthquake time.
Yes, sir.
And here I'm looking at this thing, just scared the daylights out of me, so I had my motor running, I had the radio playing, and it was unconcerned, so I just put my car in gear and I took off down the road, and here this old bird was flying out in front of me and off to the side and back and forth, and I went up to the end of the road, there was a cul-de-sac there, and I turned around, and it flew around me and went down into the canyon, into the valley. So I drove back around the residential area a little bit, trying to figure it out, and I drove back to where I was sitting before, and I sit there in the dark, and darn if he didn't come back again.
Oh, my God, what a weird story.
Oh, and you ought to see, I never been that close to one of these things, and that's the ugliest thing you've ever seen in your life.
How big was it, actually?
I figured that it would probably dress out about 20 pounds.
Oh, that's a big bird.
With a big, long neck, you know.
Big bird. And you're telling me this thing chased you, and now let's back up a little here. You're an officer of the law?
No, I'm a security guard.
A security guard, so you're close.
Yeah.
And you would swear on your security guard manual this is true.
Well, this isn't the end of the story yet.
All right, go ahead.
And anyways, this time I shined my flashlight right in his face, and I didn't have the dome light on in the car, and he wouldn't move. Just looking at me, his head just kind of bobbing back and forth. So I start slamming on the seat on the driver passenger side seat, slamming that, hollering and hollering. He just slid off the back like he had one foot on the bumper and went down on the ground. And I didn't see him no more, so I pulled out and I drove around, and there's a lot of equipment parked there, and I shined my headlights all over, and he disappeared. Well,
I take it you didn't want to get out of the car.
You got that right.
You think that thing would have come at you?
Well, I don't know that much about him. Last night I went to work and they've got a maintenance man on there just during the week, on afternoons and evenings, and he's born and raised Nevadan, and I asked him, I said, "You've been around these birds?" "Oh, yeah. I said, "How? Do you see one around here?" He said, "There's a big black one." He said, "You see it got a big, about 4 foot at least wingspan?" He said, "Yeah, I've noticed him all around here last few days. Did you see him?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "How close do you ever get to them, or how close do you get to?" "Oh, you can't get near them." He said, "I've been around them all my life. They won't let you get near." So I said, "Well, listen, I've told my wife this story. I'm going to tell you, but I don't want you to tell it to anybody else because they're going to be able to send somebody after me with a net."
Guys in the white coats.
Yeah.
So you swear now this is true?
Oh, I'm telling you, it's bothered me ever since then. I mean, I'm prepared for earthquake. I lived in Butte County, California for 15 years before I moved here 7 years ago, and I think in those 15 years I probably experienced maybe 4 or 5 earthquakes. In the last year here in Carson City, I know there's been at least 10 of them.
I know, they're on the increase. All right, sir, I've got to go. Thank you very much for the story. That is a remarkable story. That is a remarkable story. And I'll tell you, here in Pahrump, Nevada, we have got the biggest birds I've ever seen in my life. I mean, these birds are freaky. Do you remember the movie The Stand? Do you remember the bird, the big black bird in The Stand? That bird came from right here in Pahrump, Nevada. We've got them all over the place. This guy's not lying. They can get 20-pound birds. I mean, these birds are big. And these birds feed on roadkill. You know, I mean, they really feed on it. I mean, these are big birds. I kind of almost hit one day. They get so bloated, they get so fat, eating rabbits that have been squished on the road, that they can't even get into the air. You know, I mean, these are big birds, and they start flapping their wings, and they're flapping their wings, you know, and you're coming down the road, and they're trying to get airborne, and their fat little bellies won't let them get up in the air. And I grazed one day that way. That sucker couldn't get into the air fast enough. I mean, he was lumbering, trying to get in. So we've got these big birds out here. They're big, probably big enough to pick up a cat. Maybe not my cat, but a cat. And they're pretty frightening. That's where the bird in The Stand came from, right here. I've got them all over the place. They're big. They're eerie. And if they ever got a mind to start doing what this man just said, it would be not tolerable, I'll tell you. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hello, this is Todd in Berkeley again.
Hi, Todd.
Yeah, I was listening to the first 2 hours. That was delightfully off the wall.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, I really did. I have a kind of a clue, hopefully it'll be of some use to Madman Michael. An article in Scientific American many years ago, 8 or 9, about phase conjugate light.
Uh-huh.
And it involves putting a laser beam through a crystal, and then at right angles or at some angle, a virtual beam would emerge.
Oh, well, listen, you're talking Star Wars technology here, I believe.
No, this actually involved theoretical time reversal of a laser beam.
Oh, no kidding.
So I was curious. It sounded like he used a laser beam to...
He did. He used a laser souped up from a CD player.
To trigger the Jacob's Ladder effect?
That's correct.
Okay. About McNamara, it sounds like, I hate to sound conspiratorial, but it sounds like he's trying to give Bill Clinton a means to vindicate himself.
Well, a lot of people looked at it that way. You do, I take it.
Well, he snapped up. Bill Clinton snapped up on it so quickly, it was really kind of suspicious.
Well, I think things are getting pathetic at the White House. The president is reduced to going on television and beseeching us with the fact that he is relevant.
Yeah, no, this guy from New Orleans that called saying Bill Clinton was virtually unbeatable.
Oh, yes.
That's assuming he makes it to the election, you know, a la Whitewater and the Mena, Arkansas investigations.
He needs to be reelected because you know what's waiting for him if he isn't?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Probably bars. But,
well, no, but there's this young lady waiting with a lawyer in a lawsuit.
Well, that's true, too. But for all these people who, well, one of the things he was saying, that the economy's in such good shape.
I mean, can you imagine, sir, that going to court? I mean, really now, you know he's married to, I think she's a pretty, what's the right word, stern woman. I think she's...
Strenuous.
Strenuous, activist, you know, probably pretty rough if you ever got into an argument with her. And when this trial would start, there'd be a lot of testimony, and details that would tend to get you killed when you went home.
Yeah, I hear she throws things too.
I've been rumors.
One other thing. I just can't imagine Bill Clinton having 4 years that he won't be accountable to the voters for. I think that would be the ruination, as if, this is anything to crow about right now.
Yeah, I appreciate your call. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art?
Yes.
I got to tell you, you're very comedic tonight. Let me tell you what went right past the lady with the NASA ships and the concern about the ozone. When you said to her, Teflon, that was good.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
You know who this is, don't you?
No, I don't.
It's the reluctant prophet. Going to change that tag name. You gave it to me a year ago. Let me tell you what you made me do tonight. You made me bring down my Mr. Coffee pot, which I've been avoiding. I've been just pouring my water into the, thing. So I'm addicted to you. And I have to tell you this. You're not nuts, and neither is the madman from Paramus. Where's he from?
He's from Missouri.
Missouri, yeah. This kid's a smart kid. I also, if he's still listening, and I'm sure he's not because he's got a million phones. He gave his phone number out over the air. I couldn't believe that. He's going to make a lot of new friends.
Oh, he's going to make a lot of new friends. That's right. I mean, I gave him his choice. He didn't have to do that.
Perhaps he's going to meet the one friend like Wilbur and Orville. The minus or the plus that's going to help him.
You are exactly right. He might connect with just the right person. Sir, I have got to go.
All right.
All right, thank you. He might connect with just the right person. You never know. So, Chicago, watch your electrical current. From Bryn Marie, Art, regarding wolf whistles. I was hospitalized for over a month back in '83. Had wasted away to nothing. The illness and medications had made my face puffy, and about 1/4 of my hair had fallen out. In short, I was feeling down, doobie-doo, down. About 3 weeks after I'd been released, I was walking the 6 blocks to my grandma's house. That's where wolves always get you, Bryn, on the way to grandma's house. Suddenly, I heard a wolf whistle. I looked around, saw a city worker with his head sticking out of a manhole. He whistled again. When I made eye contact, smiled, and went back to work. I felt 10 feet tall, and not just because the guy was standing in a hole. The man did more for my self-esteem with that simple gesture than anything else possibly could have. Since then, when I've been to visit my dad, I've noticed that on occasion he'll give a wolf whistle at a woman. Most often to the bedraggled young moms with several very small kids in tow. I've seen those women stand a little taller, too. I have to conclude that not all people are as nice as that city worker was, and that if you cannot say something sincerely complimentary about someone's looks, it's probably wise to stay silent. But I won't forget that worker. Not in a million years. That's Bryn Marie. And back to the lines we go. East of the Great Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
I'm a retired Air Force SEAL grade officer who has been one of the few fortunate ones to probably read all of the UFO reports that were available outside of Project Blue Book in a building in Washington, D.C. years ago called Tempo E.
Really?
It was an intelligence.
You've read all the secret stuff?
You got it. And I did tell this to one Air Force officer who I think is your MUFON director down in Florida, but I can't remember his name.
Yes.
And he got quite intrigued by it, and I'm trying to put some names together for him of those people that would be able to confirm that. And
Look. I got to cut through the quick here, and I've got to ask you, basically, what do you know that we don't? If you really read these papers, sir.
No, these were reports.
Reports,
these were
all right, that's fine.
Intelligence reports.
Okay, well, even better.
And they didn't deduce anything that said why or what they were. They just told what happened, where it happened, and when it happened, and copies were sent that I recall to the Defense Intelligence Agency. I don't remember if CIA or any other agency was a distribution for these.
Was there a conclusion?
There were no conclusions. No, they were strictly straight gathering of intelligence-type information.
Would somebody like yourself who read them come to a conclusion?
I came to the conclusion that there were many, many sightings that were never reported anyplace else except to this investigative intelligence agency and then just filed, except what they were then subsequently transferred to DI, a Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yes.
And I'm not sure about the NSA or CIA because it's been too long ago that I've read them all, but there was a room with nothing but 5-drawer filing cabinets, and I had gotten special permission to go in and read them because I was in a special training situation. And I was just interested in the subject at the time. It wasn't until recently, till I moved out here in Nevada, that I've gotten more intrigued because of what we allegedly have out here in Area 51.
Did you sign?
On your show.
Yes. Did you sign a security statement?
Say again.
Again, I'll say, did you sign a security statement?
No, I was at the time holding the highest possible security clearance available in the Air Force at my level, which was an SSIR clearance, and it allowed me access to special intelligence.
Are you violating anything by telling us what you're telling us?
No, because I'm not telling you anything that most of the reports were secret.
Okay, that's why I asked you. A person reading them like yourself would conclude what? That we are being visited, that there are extraterrestrials, that the UFOs are really craft of some sort built by some kind of intelligence. Would you conclude that?
I would conclude that. I would also deduce that there are many, many, many visits and sightings that have never been reported anywhere except in this data bank of files. Now, whether they've been subsequently reduced to microfiche, destroyed, or what have you, I really don't know. I've never followed up on it myself. I've been told that other people have tried to get to these files, but I haven't had the right nomenclature or coding, and have been turned down by the Air Force because they said we don't have these files.
So filing a Freedom of Information Act, even if you knew you were going after, would be of no use.
No, they have filed apparently Freedom of Information Act with this agency asking for those reports. However, they've gotten back negative statements. They're not available. They're no longer available. They never were available. You don't have the right file number, the right case number, the right sequence number. And, of course, that's just a way of...
All right, let me try one more question. It's irresistible. You are familiar with the nomenclature?
Yes, and I reported that to that gentleman in Florida, and I'm trying to think of his name. But I think he's your
It does not matter.
director, but he's an Air Force type that was familiar with it and was going to search for a way to get access to these files if they still exist.
All right, look, I can't spend any more time with this right now, but I would like you to contact me either by mail or fax.
Yeah, I'm going to fax you because I've had a hell of a time trying to reach you. It's just virtually impossible to get through any of the lines. And I've just recently started to try this with you.
All right, fax me, and thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
I'm glad to hear it. So I wanted to find out how you liked XCOM.
XCOM?
The file.
I I loved it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Was the manipulation pretty interesting for you as far as, the going after, sending the craft out to investigate the sites and whatnot?
Yes.
I thought that was a pretty accurate estimation of what, if teams like that exist around the world.
Yes, sir.
What they would be doing.
I agree with you.
Listen, I do a lot of volunteer work out here in Spokane. Anything including animal training with big cats like lions and tigers, all the way to suicide prevention task force.
Right.
And that young lady sounded rather stressed tonight.
I know.
I felt really bad. I wish there was something that I could do. But obviously there's no way, for me here in Spokane to do anything about it. But
well, hopefully she'll contact me.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I just wanted to call and see how you liked the file and see if you got any enjoyment out of it. And
Great enjoyment, and I surely appreciate it. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for your show.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey.
Art.
That's me.
Hey, this is great. I've been listening to you all over the country, and I finally got a station that comes in clear, and I'm right at home. It's Twin Falls.
Twin Falls, Idaho. Oh, yes, that's right. We're on the air now in Twin Falls, right?
Yeah, I don't know how long you've been, but when we got home, here you were, and I thought, well, I don't have to listen to you out anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, you're such a good radio talk show host, and probably my favorite of all of them. I don't listen to too many but yours, and I really like to listen to Doc Democrat and.
Oh, he hasn't been on this morning, has he?
No, I don't think so. And Charlie and Leonard, and it's just fun to hear them, even though I don't always agree with what they say. I think Leonard has things pretty right because I think he reads his Bible a lot and isn't too screwed up by a lot of.
He occasionally may go off the extremist edge a little bit.
Well, I'm not sure. I haven't listened to him enough to know exactly what he believes. If you really study his Bible, he'll have things straight. And I feel kind of sorry for people who are so caught up with all this UFO stuff because I don't know. It seems like there's an intentional effort to be deceiving. Something is deceiving.
Well, that's part.
And I don't know how. I don't have it all straight.
Yeah, but see, that's part of the draw. I mean,
you're right.
What people don't understand, the curious ones want to know about.
Yeah, and see if it's true.
Sure.
And one thing I like about you, you don't just jump to conclusions and say, well, this is the way it is. You still have your. Except, I kind of wish you would believe in the Bible and the Scriptures a little more, but. Maybe one of these days you'll study it.
I don't. Well, I have studied it, ma'am.
You have?
Oh, I've read the Bible many times. I don't disbelieve them. I don't fully embrace them, and I don't reject them.
Yeah. I know you're an agnostic, and then that's kind of a terrible place to be in because I was there once, and then finally I truly. Decided or I accepted Christ as my Savior is what I did. And then I started reading the Scripture and I thought, oh, this is true. And it seemed like His Spirit was communing with my spirit and I just knew that it was true.
See?
But I did go through an awful dark period.
Yeah, it's all right, thank you. It's an act of faith, you see. You accept it on faith. I've never had that luxury. I have this horrid little intellectual thing that burdens me that I have to be able to lay my hands on. I have to be able to see it and prove it and touch it and understand it and pick it apart and be able to be satisfied myself that this is so, whatever it is. And it makes it very difficult for me to accept things purely on faith. That's all. East of the Great Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Art, this is Man from San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'd like to commend you on your program tonight. It was very beautiful.
Glad you enjoyed it.
I got a couple of quick questions for you, then a short black helicopter story.
Oh, I like those.
Okay, first off, whatever happened to that guy, I believe was in San Diego, who got verification from the government of some UFO activity? He was in the local news in San Diego, I believe.
He's still filing Freedom of Information requests, as far as I know, and still getting responses. So that's all I know right now.
Okay. Hey, you had a great program tonight, Art. Now, the black helicopter story.
Yes.
Hey, I was coming home from the store.
Yeah.
And I got pulled over by a black 5.0 and a black Jeep Cherokee Grand. It was kind of crazy, Art. And they pulled me over, pulled me out of the car, and put me on the ground, handcuffed me. Didn't read me any rights or anything. Asked them what the problem was, and they told me that I fit a description. And went through all this. And usually, when you get pulled over or handcuffed or anything like that, you know, they'll read you your rights or give you kind of an idea. But these guys are very, very stern and.
Not when you get pulled over by the black helicopter, please.
No. But it was. I mean, it was Bureau, BATF is what they were.
They were BATF.
Yeah, and I try to report it to them. Report to the local police officers and stuff. And and they had no record of any ATF activity in the city.
Of course not.
I'm calling from New Orleans, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I see.
But my theory on the black helicopters is that they help out the local police.
Well,
I mean,
you know, traditionally, local police and lousy federal agencies like the ATF don't get along real well.
I don't think so, but I know that the local police told me that the NOPD told me that they didn't have any record of any federal activity, and I gave a call to
of course they don't.
the Louisiana FBI department, and
even they might not know.
No, they said they didn't know, but it was kind of strange, and it's kind of a different twist in the black helicopter.
Well, I appreciate it. It is a new story, sir, and I appreciate it.
Okay, watch out for those black 5.0.
Yes, sir. I've got you right. You don't frequently hear about them doing, in essence, traffic stops, though. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art.
Yes, that's me.
This is Sean calling from KNCR, Bakersfield, California.
Oh, up in, where?
Bakersfield.
Oh, KNZR, yes.
Yeah. I've been trying to get through to you a while. The federal inmate that wrote you a letter
Oh, yes.
about certain things, certain callers didn't believe certain things he said.
I don't know if this is ominous or not, but I haven't heard from him lately.
Huh. I'm calling to you right now from inside of one of California's finer institutions.
You are?
Yes.
How can you make a call at this time of the morning?
I'm working, but I work.
Oh, in other words, you're a guard.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Everything he said is true and then some.
Really?
Yes. That is 100%. It's all true. And if everybody knew actually the access that these people have things to and all the things they have, just for one example, everybody that paroles in California, we give them $200 when they leave.
Really?
$200 gate money when they leave. This comes from way back when they used to give them, a new suit and bus fare.
Well, there has been inflation.
Yeah, $200 is a lot. Most of these people are returned from, they get this money and they get out and they buy more drugs and they come right back.
Well, to twist an old phrase I've used in a commercial, you cannot buy a fine wool suit for $200 today.
That's true. I like that commercial. Things even such as they have rights to anything that is sent to them from a publisher. One guard found child pornography in somebody's locker, took this away from him, and the warden said, "You will return this person's property because he received this."
Had to give the child pornography back.
Yes, because you received this. He received this legally from a publisher, sealed from the publisher in the mail, and he has a right to this, anything from a publisher. And I don't see how somebody can have a right to that.
Who's got it better, the guys on the inside or you?
Oh, fully them. So, as they say, 3 hots and a cot, laundry, everything is provided for them. Schools, computer class, GED classes. I've got to get up and go to work. I got bills to pay, I've got life. I got crazy people on the streets to deal with. They far have it easier. Get to work out 3 times a day, go to bed, sleep when they want, get up when they want.
Well, like I said, I haven't heard from them.
I just couldn't believe certain people called and said that...
I wonder if somebody had a talk with him.
Yeah, it could have very well happened because they don't... If everybody knew what went on in here, there'd definitely be a lot more public outcry about it, and I couldn't believe the people that called and, oh, this can't be going on, oh, this can't be going on. It's going on beyond your wildest dreams. You cannot begin to imagine. Ice machines, microwaves, I'm looking at them right now.
All right, sir. I appreciate your corroborating his story. Thank you very much for the call. That is truly, truly sickening. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Doc, Democrat.
Well, I'll be damned.
Well, good morning, Art.
Talk about it the last minute.
Hey, wasn't that outstanding leadership last night by the president? He set down a deadline.
I am relevant. I am relevant.
Well, he set down a welfare deadline for the Senate Republicans.
Yeah.
4th of July, and so Bob Dole can't play his little stalling games. President Clinton was the guy
Was that stalling games or Stalin games? It sounded suspiciously like Stalin.
No.
No, stalling. All right.
Delaying games. How's that?
I see. That clears it.
But anyhow, this president, he's going to get some action done here on these issues because, for 2 years, the Republicans filibustered everything he wanted to do.
Yeah.
All these ideas, half of these ideas that the Republicans are doing were Bill Clinton's ideas.
Stolen?
They
You mean
filibustered.
stolen from Bill Clinton?
Yeah, exactly. They filibustered it when he was in
What
power
a
with the Democrats.
low-life thing to do. The Republicans stole Bill's ideas.
That's right.
And now he's, but you know, only
Line
thing
item veto.
the only
Clinton.
thing, there's just one thing I don't understand about all that.
What's that?
If they stole his ideas, then, like, how come he's threatening to veto them?
Because they changed him and made him so radical because they're such radical people that he has to change them to get them back into the mainstream.
I see.
I mean, that's just, common sense. But, I mean, I think this president is going to get every one of his campaign promises done by 96.
Do you think Bill Clinton could cross a cattle guard?
Cross a cattle guard?
Yeah.
Certainly. Why not?
Doc, tell America good night. We're all done.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, boy. Maybe nothing will save us. That'll do it. We're out of time. I'm sorry, everybody. We live and die by the clock, and now it's die time. So, from the high desert, on behalf of all of those out there who make this program possible, thank you. Good night.